start our executive meeting, albeit a little bit delayed. So again, welcome to this morning's executive. Just as we go into our meeting, I just thought it maybe be helpful just to advise that around the pay deal. Just very briefly, that today the employers and the trade unions are meeting, and there's been a full day set aside for discussions in relation to the pay deal following the decisions of COSLA leaders on Friday, and we hope that we'll be able to identify a way forward in discussions with the trade unions around what that 5% quantum would be and what that would mean for staff. So I think that's a positive step forward, and we hope that there'll be some good discussions today, and at least set us on the right path of finding a resolution as we go through the negotiations. So I just thought it'd be helpful just to let members be aware of that. We'll move into our meeting proper, and I don't think we have any apologies.
That's correct. Convener, everyone's present.
Okay. Do we have any declarations of interest? Councillor Buchanan. Councillor Buchanan, could I ask you to maybe use your microphone
for
the purposes of
apologies. Just that I'm quite sure that maybe some members will be wondering why I'm here this morning, because if you do remember, is that I offered the position as an independent position for the executive to Councillor Spears. After weeks of deliberation, I eventually received word that Councillor Spears would not accept. So that's why I'm here, just to clarify the position. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Buchanan. If there are no other declarations of interest, move on to the minute of the meeting held on the 21st of June. And if we can look at the minute for accuracy. Are we happy to agree? Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 4, which is the rolling action log, and I'll go to Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Convener. And the rolling action log will provide for the information of members information on reports which are outstanding to this particular executive and which arise from decisions previously taken by the executive. There is an expected reporting date, and where that reporting date hasn't been met or isn't expected to be met, comments at the site why that is. So it's simply for noting, Convener, but there is an opportunity for questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moody. I'll open it up for any questions in relation to the items on the rolling action log. Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, Convener. I've got a couple of points. The first one's in relation to item 543, and that's the grass management pilot. Now, the pilot is obviously ongoing, but there does seem to be a general problem with regard to the ground maintenance within the Falkirk area. As elected members, we're obviously all getting complaints regarding areas that are not being maintained up to an acceptable standard, and I'd just be looking for some comments from officers in relation to that and how the grass management pilot actually fits into this.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nimmo. I'll go to Mr. Binney.
Thank you, Convener. I think the team at the moment are doing a good job out and about in terms of maintaining the grounds, but I'm not seeing a kind of overly increased level of complaints beyond what we're normally seeing. But I'm happy to arrange a meeting to go through that with you in more detail to understand the particular problems that you've seen. And I know that you know, we've been in correspondence over certain matters, and wherever those come up, we ensure that, you know, that's passed to the relevant team and we get out and respond. If we're not responding when those are flagged up, then that would be something that I'd be seriously looking to get into. But my understanding is that where those do get raised, then we are taking the appropriate action. But if I could offer a meeting in terms of the biodiversity report, it will be a more wider point on the management of grass verges across the Falkirk area, and also how that fits into the climate change aspirations of the council. But that's coming in October executive, so not long for anyone to have to wait on seeing the findings of that report.
Okay, thanks for that, Malcolm, and I'm happy to take you up on the offer of a meeting. The other points in relation to 571. Now, this was in relation to a motion that I moved prior to the elections in May to deal with the upkeep of communal areas round about blocks of flats. I note that there's a report due to come back in October. There's only a month left, I think, in relation to the pilot, and I'm conscious that there might not be anybody here from housing this morning, but I was just looking for a quick update as to how the pilot has been going, or if there have been any issues.
I'm not sure, as you say, Councillor Nimmo, that there's anybody from housing that would be able to provide that information today. But I know that the outcome of the pilot is in the process of being evaluated in order to be able to provide a report for the October meeting. Councillor Bowser, I don't know if you've got any further information.
Yeah. Convener, can I, for Councillor Nimmo, can I take that up on his behalf and come back with some information on it when people return back from their annual leave?
I'm happy with that, Convener.
Thank you. Is that all your questions? I've got Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Convener. Hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you fine, James.
You maybe hear a bit of background music. I can't make the hotel stop the background music. But just in case you do hear it, it's about on page 21, and I know we're getting a report on Wall Garden. It's an item 548, and I know we're getting a report in October. If my memory serves me right, we had a debate last October regarding this and about having a Wall Garden master plan, and I'm sure the three groups at the end there agreed that they would have one master plan, so it'll be the Canal master plan. And what we said in October is, why would we have two, a Canal master plan and a Wall Garden one? So I just want to clarify if we're going to have two, or if that's what's proposed, or if we're having one.
Okay, thank you, James. I know that there's been a lot of work ongoing around the parks master planning in general, but I'll go to Michael McGuinness, who's kind of leading on that work.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Kerr, and through you, Convener. I've got an appointment in my diary to meet Councillor Kerr on site on the 1st of September. It's been a delayed appointment to meet with him. I myself have been down to Canal Park on 2 occasions since I started on the 1st of June, meeting with the Friends of Canal to learn and understand much better some of the challenges they're facing, some of the aspirations they have for the Canal Park itself. Councillor Kerr is quite correct that there was a master plan for the Wall Garden itself, which was not progressed last year. The paper coming forward this October will outline the master plan profile for each of the parks that we have now brought back into council ownership of responsibility. So my officers are working on a paper for that October period. This will include consideration for the master plan for Canal Estate. Now, the Canal Estate master plan was brought forward by the Leisure Trust back in 17th of March 2015. Now, the master plan for the Canal Estate was extended, was for a period up to 2025. So at this stage, there's not an intention to revisit the Canal master plan at this stage, but 25 is not far away. So we'll certainly reconsider it in advance of that. In terms of the Wall Garden, I'm hoping to bring, and with consultation with Councillor Kerr and Friends of Canal, to the paper we bring forward in October to explain how we wish to progress with the Wall Garden, because there's a number of activities going on in the Wall Garden. We want to ensure that the community can access the walled garden and ensure that the activity that goes on in the garden is sustained and progressed. So there will be a reference to that in the paper coming forward in October. But the Canal estate and the walled garden is right up there on my top of my agenda in terms of the activity and what we're doing to bring forward a paper in October to explain to members how we will progress matters.
Okay, thank you, Michael. James, are you content with that?
Thanks very much, Michael, for your reply. And just supplementary, convener, it says that there's 4 former trust strategic parks. Can you just explain where they are? Because I wrote more than 4 parks, and just to understand. Yeah. Through you, convener, Councillor Kerr, the 4 parks, now you're going to test me here, Muir Avonside, Canal, and I can't recall off the top of my head the other one. There were 4 that were in the responsibility of the trust. We are obviously have many other parks within the council area. It's just the 4 that were under the trust guardianship has now come back into our responsibility. Obviously, I apologies, I don't recall the names of the other parks, Councillor Kerr, but we do have responsibility for all the parks in the Falkirk area. That's fine, Michael. Just if you can get back to me outside the meeting, then I will do. Right, thanks, Michael. Thanks, convener.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Devine, then Councillor Hannah.
Hi there. I would just ask that I would be included. Hi, I would just like to add that I would like to be included in those meetings with Michael McGuinness and James Kerr regarding the Canal Wall Garden, as I'm the representative for Bowness and Blackness. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Michael, you can take that on board and include Councillor Devine within that.
Very happy to do that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hannah.
I was actually going to make the very same point, but make it on behalf of all the members for that area. I think they all have an interest, and I would appreciate it if David Aitchison and Anne Ritchie were also given some able to be involved if Councillor Kerr doesn't mind that imposition on his meeting.
I'm sure Michael will be more than happy to share with all the local members the discussions in the run-up to that particular report coming forward.
And could I also just go back to the biodiversity question, if everything's finished on that item? Yep. Just to say, I think it would be useful if there were, again, more of members involved in the discussions with Malcolm in relation to that, because I think quite a few of us have had questions from constituents about the issue that Councillor Nimmo raised.
I think we already have a series of all member briefings planned, and I think and again in the preparation for that report coming forward, it'd be intention to be able to do that and to share that with members at an early stage before coming in front of the executive for a formal process of decision or otherwise. So I'm sure Malcolm can take that on board. Siobhan.
Hi. Yeah, if we could also just draw your attention to item 601, the levelling up funds for the Champney and the junction. I was just wondering if there were any updates on that from West Lothian Council, if there's any new information forward from them.
My understanding is the bid has been submitted. It was the 29th of July, I think it was due to be submitted, but I think, is it Mike, Paul maybe be able to update us, Paul Ketterick?
It's myself, convener. Yes, I can just confirm that the application was submitted to UK government, and we're awaiting the outcome of that submission.
Sorry, also more specifically, was there any updates on them securing funding for the Avon Gorge project as well?
I'm aware that there has been ongoing discussions at both, certainly I've spoken with colleagues and officers, I've spoken with officers within West Lothian Council, and there has been some progress made on and looking to put together the basic financial package and looking at a future bid around Avon Gorge. But again, Paul will be able to give an update.
Yes, Convener, there's an ongoing dialogue with colleagues at our counterparts at West Lothian Council, and there's also a meeting arranged for ourselves in West Lothian to meet with Transport Scotland on taking forward proposals for Avon Gorge.
Right, thank you. Looking forward to the outcome of those meetings.
They've been very positive so far. Ewan, did you have?
Yep. It's again, so I might just direct the question towards Mr. Kettrick. It's on item 602. So it's obviously setting out that in December we'll receive a report. I think it was requested last time, the climate change implications of the Champney Junction. I'm just wondering, with that project ongoing, how we're sort of using a methodology to, are we estimating that, or will there actually be material facts going into that report about the climate implications? Just to understand better what we'll be receiving in December. Thank you.
Okay, Paul.
We will try to reflect as accurately as possible the climate change implications based on the emerging design. Obviously, as the design progresses and the materials are quantified, there will be alterations to that, but certainly at an early stage, as we would with any business case, we'd be looking to identify the initial estimates.
Thank you very much.
And I also understand that we'd also be looking at mitigations as well in that, Paul.
Yeah, as part of any convener, as part of any business case development, we would look at aspects such as biodiversity, the climate change implications, and also any alternative materials that can be used to mitigate the impact. So reusing materials on the existing road, for instance, to mitigate the impact on bringing in new materials.
Okay, thank you. Anne?
Thank you. Is everything finished on that point? Because I was going to move on to point... No? Yeah. So I was going to move on to point 599, the Tackling Poverty in Falkirk report. I mean, I know that we are all troubled by the cost of living issues and how it's impacting on the people of the Falkirk area. And I think I'm a wee bit concerned that we're talking about a report in December, because come December, we're talking about being well into the winter. And I see we've not got anybody here I could have asked questions of. So I'm wondering if we could bring forward a report, an update on the poverty report, on the actions that have been taken since that report was agreed, and on further actions planning for the winter, because I do think we need to start thinking about that.
I think we're currently waiting the outcome of the Scottish Government's budget revision, because they've already said that there's an intention to do that, taking into account that the need for further support for those around the cost of living. We are therefore anticipating that there's likely to be further support coming forward from Scottish Government in relation to that. And I think that would probably be the most prudent time to bring forward a report that would allow us to be able to actually say what we are going to positively do. And so I think the timescale, while the report's due in December, there may be a need for something in between times coming forward anyway. But until we know when that's going to happen and the outcome of that, it's going to be difficult to be able to pull that together.
Could I just ask that supplement? I mean, I take the point that there's other things going to happen. The UK government issues as well possibly going to come forward. But we did agree a number of provisions in that report, which I would have hoped that we could be taking forward. And I mean, I'm aware that there doesn't seem to have been any recruitment done, for example, in relation to the advice posts that were within that report. And I'm just concerned that we are beginning to move things forward at an early opportunity in relation to what we can do. UK government, Scottish government will have things that they add into that, but it's important that we are seen to be acting timiously as a council to alleviate the situation for people in the Falkirk area.
Kenneth, do you want to maybe just give a bit of an update?
Yeah, what I was going to suggest is that I'll speak to the team about this, see what the position is. We can perhaps get a briefing update out to members, at least in the interim. Consider the practicalities of bringing forward an earlier report, but we can cover that issue in the briefing. I suppose the other thing I would say is that at the September Council, we'll be considering the draft council plan. We've got initial briefings with members set up for next week on that. And I think the whole issue around about poverty, the cost of living crisis, how we devote our resources to that more generally is going to be a critical aspect of that discussion. But separate from that, I'll go back to the team and see if we can just produce at least a briefing update in the shorter term.
Thank you.
I think that the uptake of the Household Support Fund is something that I think it's been very closely monitored, and at some point there may well be an ask to look at topping that up, and that will be a decision for obviously members and be brought to council. So I think that's why the report was expected later in the year. Okay. If there are no other questions in relation to the rolling action log, we'll move into the next section of our agenda. And the first item is the Falkirk Grangemouth Investment Zone growth deal. And while we do have an amendment from the Labour group, I think it's maybe important that we perhaps hear firstly from the officers, but I would then wish to call a recess in order to be able to discuss the details of the amendment. But I think we'll hand over to Malcolm in the first instance.
Thank you, Convener. The Falkirk Growth Deal presents a unique opportunity for this council to work with partners to create thousands of new jobs and bring millions of pounds of investment into the local area. It can also help us on our critical journey to transition to net zero. Signing the heads of terms with the UK and Scottish governments in December 2021 was the first major milestone on that journey. And the report in front of you proposes how we can progress through the second major milestone. The recommendations in front of you illustrate how key decisions will be taken to develop and approve the individual investment projects, and also the resources that will be required to support the growth deal in the coming months and years. If executive is in agreement, then officers will be able to get going within days to host the first key board meetings and start creating the pipeline of major projects to transform Falkirk. I would add at this point that we met face to face with all our key partners in the growth deal at the Falkirk Stadium last month to outline our proposals, and that included the UK and Scottish governments. The feedback was positive, and there was a real excitement and energy in the room about being able to move forward and begin the journey of drawing down funding. I'll stop there, and when you're ready, Paul Kettrick will be able to talk you through the report. Thank you, Convener.
Okay, thank you. Paul, do you want to take us through the report before we go into the recess?
Yeah, happy to, Convener. So as summarised in the report, we've outlined to refresh everyone's memory the key projects that have been identified, and that the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding was the first stage in the process. We've outlined those in section 4, which provides a background to the UK growth deal, and then in section 5 we've outlined the considerations and picked up matters such as governance and decision making, where the proposal is that there'll be a series of boards who will report to both the council and council executive, with the distinguishment being that where there is a financial implication that would be determined by the council, and where there is a general business case or governance matter, it would be determined by council executive. Reporting to those two bodies will be the Growth Deal Board, which would be made up of the partner organisations, and they would be an advisory board which would provide recommendations to whether the council or the council executive based on the business cases and programmes that are being developed that comes through. They would also make day-to-day decisions in terms of minor matters relating to the development of those business cases to ensure that they are compliant with both the Treasury Green Book and the Scottish Capital Investment Manual. Both are key documents that require all growth deals to fulfil their obligations under. We've highlighted the resources that are required to deliver the growth deal. These are substantial and significant and complex projects, and the intention is that there will be a strategic infrastructure delivery team primarily consisting of engineers and technical professionals who will deal with the physical projects, but there is also a requirement, as with other growth deals, that we've seen an investment programmes management unit, and they would deal with governance and the direct engagement with both the UK and Scottish governments on ensuring that all projects are progressed in accordance with the Treasury Green Book. We've outlined as much as possible the flat profiling of funding, but until we actually have business cases being brought forward with the funding recommendations, we won't know the full implications of that, but clearly there will be considerations as part of future reports for us to deal with. We've outlined the consultation processes in section 6, together with resources, legal, risk, and also the equalities implications outlined in this report. This is a governance report. There is no decisions being taken on the progression of projects, and therefore, in conclusion, Chair, this is to take us to the next stage to formally secure or to progress the formal securing of funding and to commence the substantial work that is required to progress these projects. And clearly, as Malcolm highlighted, the successful delivery of the growth deal has major implications for the Falkirk economy and our communities, and I'm happy to take any questions. Convener.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Before we go into the recess, I'll give an opportunity if anybody has any questions, but purely questions for Paul or Malcolm. No. Okay, if we can have maybe 20 minutes in order to discuss. Okay, thank you. Okay, folks, if we can come back into session, please. Okay, thank you for that time. It was appreciated having a bit of opportunity there. I'm going to firstly go to Councillor Garner to move the report.
Thank you. Thank you, Convener. I want to begin by saying how pleased I am to see this report come forward. The growth deal investment by the UK and Scottish governments will bring a massive economic boost to the local area and has the potential to create up to 2,000 jobs and attract £1 billion of private sector investment. It is vital that we keep the momentum on this so we can bring that ambition to reality. I want to highlight also that Falkirk growth deal is unique in Scotland and it is very much a partnership deal. The Council working alongside key local public sector partners like Forth Valley College and Scottish Canals, as well as ambitious businesses to deliver a better Falkirk area. It was great to hear how well the meeting with partners went last month and how they supported the proposals put forward by the Council, and we were reassured by the experienced management team the Council has put in place to lead the growth deal. As portfolio holder for economic development, I am really excited about the growth, the massive potential of the growth deal that exists for Falkirk right now. In addition to the growth deal money, we are also close to unlocking the tax and increment finance investment in the Gateway project and drawing down the £20 million levelling up funding. The area is also in running to be awarded Green Freeport status, which would be another game changer. This is key time for Falkirk and it is vital that we crack on and take advantage of the situation. So I'd like to thank the officers for the report and I will be supporting the recommendations. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Garner. I will formally second the report, but will reserve comments till later. But I'm going to ask now if Councillor Hannah would like to maybe move her amendment and speak to it, and then I'll maybe bring in some officers.
Thank you, Councillor Meikle-John. I also welcome this report. The report is very important. It's giving a great opportunity to the Falkirk area. So overall, I am in favour of the recommendations in the report. My concern and the reason for bringing forward this amendment is a concern about democratic control. It's a concern about democratic oversight. The way the report reads to me, and I think will read to many other people, is a bit as if we have a board out there which makes its decisions, and then the council will be asked to almost rubber stamp those decisions. It's interesting that you were happy to hear about the meeting last month. I'm an elected member. I was an elected member last month. I wasn't aware of the meeting last month. And that is where my concern arises, that if councillors are not involved and not involved at an early stage in the process, we will be coming to things at the last minute. And that's where my concern arises. It really is important that we ensure a robust and democratic oversight and scrutiny of all the decisions that are within the remit of this council. All we are asking for here in this amendment is that there be democratic representation on the board, that we have one member from each of the political groupings, one SNP member, one Labour member, one Conservative member, and one from the Independents, to be involved in the decision making at that earliest stage, to ensure that representation is there from a wide range of different perspectives and a wide range of different backgrounds, and to ensure that these billions of pounds, and we are talking about thousands of jobs and billions of pounds, and not having a seat at the table, I think, would be a mistake. The second part of the amendment is to ask that it come to the full council rather than to the executive. The report is not specific in that. I heard Paul saying that it would be the executive and the council, but that's not clear in the report. It says executive/council. Now, I think it's important that these kinds of things come to the council. The impact of the decisions of this board will be across the whole of the Falkirk council area. And I think it's really important that councillors from all wards are able to scrutinise and have an input rather than the more limited numbers on the executive. So with that, I would propose this motion, and I had hoped that we would have more general agreement in the principles of this motion, if not the precise detail. And I recommend it to you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hannah. You have a seconder?
Happy to second, convener.
Okay. I've now got the amendment on screen, and that allows those that maybe haven't already seen that available to them. And just before I bring in officers to answer a number of questions, I would just say that the meeting last week was at the request of UK and Scottish Government. I was invited as leader, as I have been throughout the growth deal process, to engage with that. Councillor Gardner was invited along as a portfolio holder. It wasn't our meeting, so that's why that there wasn't a wide range of elected members invited to it. So it was just to put clarity on that it was an invitation from the partners in relation to that. Okay, a number of questions, and I don't know whether I'll give you some of my questions, and perhaps either Kenneth or Malcolm can maybe look to answer and make any particular comments. I just wanted to have clarity that the growth deal boards, they're purely advisory, not decision making. The detailed business cases would be coming forward. That would be they're not actually ours. There are the partners, but we would have the final financial governance. Some of which would go appropriately to council. Others which would be more pertinent to sit with the executive, depending on what level of decisions requires. And I think that's why there was the two. Council executive there, because there will be some decisions that will be relatively practical and benign that don't warrant actually calling a council meeting to do that. But as the accountable body, any key decisions would have to go to council anyway. But it was also the comparison to our growth deal board to others, and I know that both Kenneth and Malcolm and indeed Michael have experience of other growth deals and to how these have been structured and the potential risks of having such a heavy political involvement at that particular board level. So I don't know who maybe wants to take that first, whether it's Kenneth or Malcolm.
Thank you, convener. Perhaps I'll start with comments, and then Malcolm or others might want to come in as well. Firstly, just on that point of council or executive, it depends on the nature of the decision being taken and whether it falls within the remit of the council, the remit of the executive. And I suppose the critical factor in that is about financial implications, and that would financial decisions to be taken would sit with the council. I mean, it is really important that elected members have good oversight of this, and that there is a high degree of scrutiny and transparency. And I suppose the question is where that most appropriately lies in the context of a deal such as this. And this is something obviously we gave consideration to in terms of developing the proposals that you see in front of you. So the Growth Deal Board is advisory in nature, it's technical in nature. It will be passing decisions on to the council. The decisions sit with the council because the council is the accountable body. So the council cannot other than take these decisions because it is the accountable body for the growth deal. And just on the the matter of, this growth deal compared to others. I mean, this one is unusual, perhaps unique, in that it's a single council growth deal. So if you look at the Edinburgh growth deal, which I have some familiarity with, it had 6 councils involved. I think the Glasgow deal was 8 or more. And so what you then had as a decision-making body was a joint committee of the various councils, perhaps with the leader of each council on that joint committee. So actually, the opportunity here, because it's a single council deal, is for, as members, you to have much more oversight and scrutiny than you might otherwise have. So the proposals we set out in the report we felt were appropriate. We felt that members were both on an advisory board and then on sitting on the executive or council, which was taking decisions on what had come from that advisory board, that potentially reduced transparency, if anything, rather than enhancing it. So that was our thinking behind it. But I suppose just to finally say, I absolutely agree with the need for robust democratic oversight and scrutiny. That is important.
Okay, thank you, Kenneth. On the practicalities, Malcolm, do you want to maybe say a few words?
I'll just come in briefly, and then if maybe Paul could add, but I just want to reassure through you, convener, I want to reassure elected members that any financial decision that has an impact on this council will be taken at council. There'll be no decisions taken of any financial impact or otherwise by the Growth Deal Board. It will act as the final point on a project's journey to us verifying that it has a robust business case that's met all the criteria that we seek, that also meets the Green Book aspirations and targets, and then it goes on to council or executive if it's a non-financial decision to be made for proper scrutiny, this proposal will ensure, if anything, that councillors definitely have their place and are involved in the key decisions. But I wonder if I could invite Paul to add anything, given it's his particular project.
Paul, you want to come in?
Thank you, Malcolm. Thank you, convener. Just to highlight, section 5.2 of the report does make it clear that council will consider financial matters and council executive will consider other matters such as business case and progress updates, and that was a conscious decision to ensure that at each of the stages of the business case, and each project will have 4 or 5 stages as they go through the Treasury Green Book business stages, not to clog up council with reports which are in effect milestones or gateway reviews, and to ensure that the financial governance sits with council. Things like update reports would sit with council executive as opposed to full council. And also to highlight that the role of the Growth Deal Board is advisory. It is to deal with day-to-day delivery matters of the growth deal, work stream progress and prioritisation through that, and to be a technical review as opposed to be a decision-making body. I don't have much more to add to that, convener. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think that was helpful just to set out the process, and hopefully it gives a bit of comfort that at the appropriate levels decisions will be taken to council and those to the executive. And that's why I think we are in danger of creating more bureaucracy than is required within this process, and indeed couldn't stymie or slow down the decision-making process, and potentially create some compromise with having elected members involved at a particularly technical level, and when the real role of the members should be around that scrutiny and assurance. So that's why the boards have been designed in the way that they have. I know that both governments are looking very much at our structures and ensuring they're as streamlined as possible, and not building in too much by way of bureaucracy, and I have real concerns that that could well be the case. And I talk from experience of other boards where that has been a real difficulty, and not actually produced good decision making at the outcomes. So that's why I think the process that we've got is a good, robust process, and will allow members to do their role, particularly as the accountable body. Councillor Hannah, you wanted to come back? Your light's on. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, my light had just been left on.
Oh, right, okay. Right, okay. Okay, if there's any other member who'd wish to, Ewan, James.
Thank you very much. So just in proposing and seconding this, I think it's important to look at what chance we have, especially across the council and in different institutions, to embed, I think, a different style of governance. I think since the election of the new council, I think many of us have recognised that we have a real opportunity to work in a more collaborative sense. So I believe what this does is not stymie decision making or add a layer of bureaucracy, but gives us a chance to actually feed in to the technical process and what the actual delivery of these projects will look like. As I know from my shadow portfolio role, there is a real capacity for engagement across parties. So what has been proposed is one from each of the different political groupings, which I think gives us a real chance to have sort of rainbow representation on projects such as this, that really embeds the idea that we can work collaboratively and make sure we maximise the benefit of each project. So that is why I have been seconding this motion, and I think it could, if implemented in the right way and people approach it in the correct way, could enhance the decision-making process rather than hinder it. So support and seconded.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Steenbank. James Wandy.
Thank you, convener. Well, the Falkirk Conservatives fully support the growth deal, and we think it's a good sign of the UK and Scottish governments working together with Falkirk Council for the greater good of our communities. And that's why we want community empowerment in shaping these deals and shaping the delivery of them. And that's why at first, when it came to point 1 of the amendment, we were initially supportive, and were supportive of the principle, but taking on the point of the Growth Deal Board will be shaping proposals, and then we'll be scrutinising. So we're advising to then scrutinise what we've advised, and that doesn't make sense entirely. I don't think that is 100% democratic. I think the problem is the input from the community to the proposals that the Growth Deal Board will be looking at. And I think that's where we should be looking, and what the community is shaping the deals are coming forward, and the projects coming forward. So I don't know if there's any scope there to potentially come up with wording for amendment to get a community involvement in the scope of these projects, because I think that makes sure that democratic alignment is there, but also gets the community involvement, which I think is the spirit of point 1 of that amendment. On the second amendment, we take the point that financial decisions will be taken at full council, non-financial at executive, but we do think that a strategic vision and anything that is strategic should also go to full council, because ultimately that has financial implications. So if there could be wording that strategic and financial decisions taken at full council, minor and technical taken at executive, if that's a possibility for an amendment as well.
Okay, thank you, James. I'm going to ask maybe Paul Kettick to come in to talk about the community engagement aspects of the growth deal, because there is a huge role in that, and that has already been planned in as part of the whole growth deal engagement, significantly so for Grangemouth. So Paul, do you maybe want to say a few words around that community engagement and the ability for elected members to have influence at that point?
Yes, thank you, convener. We've tried to, highlight as much as possible within the report, and I would draw attention to section 6, and in particular section 6.2, where we've highlighted that there'll be proactive, comprehensive and participatory community engagement has been a key fundamental of the successful delivery of the programme and the projects, and that is clear. It's a requirement of us to empower our communities and to ensure that we meet our Fairer Scotland obligations, but also by having our partners sign up to that approach, and our engagement so far with partners is that they would embrace the approach to successfully engaging with communities and communicating with communities to ensure that their input is successful to help build the benefits from the Growth Deal programme.
Okay, thank you, Paul. James.
It's just a quick follow-up. What does participatory community engagement actually mean? So what does that entail? And would it allow members of the community to highlight areas where they think should be invested in improvements that they would like to see at a local level?
Malcolm, do you want to maybe comment about the projects and to how local people can have an influence?
Through you, convener, I think it's important to state that the heads of terms have identified the projects which are in scope for the delivery of the growth deal. My personal view would be, then as those projects themselves are delivered, then there will need to be community engagement, and that from memory is a pillar of one of the Green Book requirements that you need to demonstrate. So from speaking to partners, for example, such as Scottish Canals, the development of their new headquarters at Lock 16, the community for them is the essential part of that project. It isn't about a corporate building just getting dropped by the canal. It's about how that project restores and regenerates that area, and I can't imagine any circumstance where that wouldn't involve engagement with the local community in the development of it. So if the concern is that officers are going to go away and progress projects that kind of have no involvement and don't meet the requirements of the local community, then I would seek to try and reassure you on that point. In terms of the actual technical way that we're going to do that, I can't give you the answer right now, because as we sit right now, these projects are just heads of terms. Some are more advanced than others, but this is a long-term project, and as the report outlines, progress on each project will come here. So if a project comes forward that you believe doesn't have that required scrutiny, then it would be entirely within the power of executive to ask for the Growth Deal Board to take that feedback back and go on another circle of development before coming back for that business case to be moved forward. But my hope is that the majority, if not all, the projects in the Growth Deal are generally seen as positive for the local area. It's just how they actually are implemented that I believe probably needs the refinement that you're maybe looking for.
And much of that would be done through a communities team, that engagement at the appropriate time with the communities. So I don't know if that gives you a wee bit more by way of comfort, James. I'll come back to a potential statement that we could pad as an addendum around that strategic vision once we've heard contributions from others.
No, thank you. It was just because when speaking to people on the doorstep, their concern is that it's large businesses with lobbying firms shaping the interest rather than the community. So just giving that reassurance that their voice is going to be heard in shaping this investment, which is welcome investment, is just a good clarity. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's a fundamental part of it. As I say, the placemaking is going to be critical, and therefore the regeneration, for example, of Grangemouth Town Centre is going to have to be very much led by the community, because it's what they want that is going to have to be taken into account. We're not at that stage yet, just being outlined. Okay, I've got Councillor Nimmo and I've got Councillor Kerr.
Yeah, thanks very much, convener. I will be quick. Just in relation to what's already been said regarding the amendment, I do agree that the growth deal is a fantastic opportunity for Falkirk and Grangemouth, and I look forward to further reports coming forward. I also fully accept that the advisory board is not a decision-making body, but I think it's really important that elected members are involved at a very early stage, and this includes with the advisory board. It's important that we're accountable and everything that we do is transparent, and I think that would go a long way to assuring members and members of the public that that's what we're doing is right. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nimmo. Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, convener. Like everybody else, I really welcome this growth deal. It took us that long to get the heads of term signed. A lot of to and fro, and a lot of credit needs to be given to Douglas, who is no longer with us, who worked tirelessly to get this deal, and Malcolm and Paul has got the fruits of his labour. A couple of technical questions probably for Paul. We speak about reviewing items in scope. What does that really mean, Paul? And when will that happen?
Paul?
Yeah, in response to yourself, Councillor Kerr, through you, convener. In terms of reviewing items in scope, as we've seen on lots of growth deals, we have high-level strategic outline cases for each of the projects. The detail, in effect, is what we now commence upon, is taken forward through each of the stages of the business case transition through to final confirmed case. So the process is generally strategic outline case, outline business case, full business case, financial close, and at each stage the projects can change slightly in their detail. There is obviously a number of uncertainties in the economy at the moment. A number of these projects involve private industry, they involve communities, they involve a whole range of variables that may mean that they change as they go forward. However, again, to ensure that we have that good governance, if there is any major changes or significant matters, they come back to council for determination, and that would provide a comprehensive understanding of what those changes are, because clearly we are dealing with a world that is ever changing at the moment, and these are long-term projects, so there may be changes in their scope or in their detail, and so that's when we would be reviewing them on a continuous basis.
Thanks for that, Paul. That was really helpful. My next question is, also says improving governance, but there's nothing there to say about how, where and when this will be done.
Again, through yourself, convener, it's an iterative process. As we start to go along this journey of moving projects forward, we may find that there is governance matters that need to be refined and changed, and again, we would be coming back to council as the accountable body to seek that approval or to seek views and then the approval.
Okay, a couple more, Paul. Thanks very much. I also mentioned enhanced performance reporting. How will this be communicated?
Yep, through yourself, convener. In requirements of the Treasury Green Book, we are required at every stage to identify appropriate performance measures, not only for each of the projects, but also for the programme. A simple one would be jobs created, gross value added, these types of things, and they would be reported upon an annual basis. Or when projects are reaching their key stages, we would be advising on those performance measures, whether targets are being achieved or exceeded, or whether they're not being achieved, the reasons for that.
Okay, Paul, my last question. And there are a paragraph there saying updating the approach to the change fund. How will we do this? Is there any timescale or anticipated outcomes for this?
Apologies, convener. Could you maybe refer to the paragraph that's concerned?
Well, minute.
I wonder if that's the next report, Councillor
Was
Kerr.
it? Might be.
I've done a good
sun-
job
the sun's
answering
getting-
your questions then.
The sun's getting to me.
It was the blank look on Paul's face there thinking change fund. What have I done with the change fund?
Okay,
I think it's in
thanks,
relation
Paul.
to the best value.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks, convener.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, we don't usually allow people to come back more than once, so I'll allow it on this occasion, but we do. It's usually only speak
I
once.
will defer to Councillor Steenbank if he, and this
Okay.
for now.
This is on a different issue, so I'm echoing the concerns of Councillor Bundy around the consultation process. Obviously, again, echoing the sentiments that this could be, some of the projects in here could be absolutely fantastic for the town, but I also agree that the consultation process will be crucial in that. I do note in a later item on this agenda that we did say in the consultation process we did it as much as feasibly possible, but still got low responses. So I'm just wondering what the current plans are to make sure we don't fall into the pitfalls other consultation exercises in different services have fallen into. Thank you.
Malcolm.
Through you, convener. I think I just want to be clear that this report here is about governance. It's about how reports will come through the council around making decisions and around scrutiny. We haven't fully scoped out the consultation methods that will be engaged, but I'm hearing it loud and clear today that this is a key priority for elected members. And, you know, myself and Kenneth and Paul will take that back, you know, as we develop each project. But right now, we need to allow projects to even get to the outline business case stage where we can see, is that a coherent, you know, project that is worthy of drawing down money. But as Paul outlined, each project needs to go through 4 to 5 stages before we're even near getting, you know, money drawn down from Scottish and UK governments. So in short, I don't have, and it would be wrong for me to sit here and outline additional new information about exactly how we're going to engage with communities, but I fully take on board the point you're making, and we will make sure that each project builds that in as it comes forward. But consultation is referenced in the report as a key element of what needs to happen. I hope that helps. Appreciate it's not the full answer that you were looking for.
Yeah, thank you.
And just to add to that, the consultation you referred to was one where there might not have been huge amount of interest in this. I think as each project comes forward, there will be significant amount of interest, and I'll refer back to one of the major projects that was done in Falkirk, and that was the Helix and the Kelpies, and the type of engagement levels that were done throughout that is probably the equivalent of what was likely to be done in relation to the growth deal across the piece, albeit it will be done in smaller pockets of work related to each and every project as it comes forward, and it will be tailored accordingly. But that programme has the ability to still be scoped out. At this stage, it was really just to be able to move on to get Falkirk under all our communities. So there's a whole lot of work still to be done. And as members, we need to demonstrate our part in that, and have to be able to do things at pace, as the current climate determines, that we have to be able to make good decisions and fairly swiftly, if we are to create that financial long-term stability of the council. So I thank Kenneth and indeed the team for providing us the uptake of the action plan, but also for the huge amount of work that's been done to develop the induction programme and the leadership programmes going forward, not just for officers but for members. We've seen that demonstrated in the listening lunch, is that right? programme, thank you, for the members' briefings, and there's a huge number of other member briefings coming up, as there's some very critical decisions going to be put in front of council over the next wee while. So there's an opportunity for all members to be engaged, not just those that are part of the decision making, whether it be in the council, within the executive. So all members can be informed within that, and it helps to take out some of the bureaucratic levels that have, for all good intentions, been put into the process but haven't worked effectively for us in the past. So I'm happy to move the report as in section 2 of the recommendations. Councillor Garner.
Happy to second, reserving the right.
Thank you. Okay, I will now open it up for any members' questions or comments. Councillor Hannah.
I would echo the sentiments in terms of the work that's been done by officers and the extensive induction programme that has been put on for members, particularly for us new members who had a lot to learn. And I think it's the Lunch and Learn programme that we're going into now, and I'll have to take some credit for having been a pest constantly with officers asking for further and further induction, because as is often the case with learning, the more you learn, the more you realise you need to learn. And so I really do appreciate the effort that has been put in by officers and the responsive way in which they have dealt with queries and questions, and the silly ones as well as the sensible ones. In terms of again, you have an amendment which I'm putting forward to you today, and I'm not going to go at length over arguments that we have already made. We would be putting forward an amendment that is very much about the democratic oversight, again, of the work of this board. The Council of the Future Board, you have said, has previously had member representation on it. Now, I have heard people say that it became bureaucratic and difficult, but I've not actually had any information that kind of back that up. It has been, it's not been very fully explained to me in what way having member involvement on the board was a problem. So we would like to see members being put on the board, and again to ensure that the reports from the Council of the Future Board are going to full council meetings. I would accept in the same vein as we discussed before when we were talking about strategic and financial decisions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hannah. Do you have a second? Or?
Happy to second, convener.
Okay, thank you. A couple of questions perhaps for the Chief Executive in relation to this. Where there's a financial implication for the council and therefore a direct impact on the budget, that decision would have to go to council anyway.
If it's a financial decision, then yes.
Sorry, I forgot we were sharing a microphone. I was going to ask, Malcolm doesn't have the experience of the Council of the Future as a past, but yourself as the chair for the council.
Thank you, convener. The reason we've come forward with this proposal was because there was a feeling that it was not an effective body. There was no flow through, I think, from the Council of the Future Board to the discussions that subsequently took place at the executive or the council. So it wasn't it didn't appear to be adding value in terms of how that then impacted on decisions that were taken at the end of the day, and it was time consuming in terms of both officer and member input. So when I very deliberately asked Malcolm, I think has a very limited experience in the Council of the Future Board, to review our approach to transformation, because I wanted that kind of fresh pair of eyes on it, using experience from elsewhere. But I have to say also, just in conversation that I had with members who were on the Council of the Future Board, there was some frustration about the lack of impact it had. And I suppose the other thing which I think was evident within the Council was that sometimes those members that weren't on the Council of the Future Board felt that they were missing out on whatever discussion might be taking place there. So we introduced, I think this was early 2021, the regular briefings on the main Council of the Future projects, and these were given to all elected members, and generally were well attended. We got good questions, we got good engagement with that, and that just seemed a much more effective mechanism for engagement in the context of Council of the Future. So we're keen to continue with that aspect, but the aspect which did, or certainly was previously kind of bureaucratic and less helpful, we were at the proposal is that we discontinue that.
Okay, thank you, Kenneth. I think that was helpful. I've got Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Convener. Can I just say at the offset that a lot of the projects brought forward by the Council of Future Board were cost saving and innovative, and when the reports came forward by the officers for each area, the passion that they showed when presenting their cases were to be congratulated. However, I'll go a bit further than what Kenneth says. They became talking shops at the end, and the time that I was on it, I didn't feel we got anything out it. We were getting the briefings, and I felt the briefings were adequate for the projects. Let me also add, we've spoke several times regarding collaborative working, and I don't know if this is what people want to hear, but myself and my group didn't feel that there is collaborative working. At the two statutory meetings that we had at the council in the end of May, we had the chance to make it a collaborative council. However, whether there was an agreement or no an agreement, the administration and Labour took every convenership, every deputy convenership. And I understand it's politics we're in, but I thought that this term would be different. I did approach both groups to say we would like positions. These weren't taken, unfortunately. So it's not until these positions are filled, everybody wants to be collaborative now on the committees. So open and transparent, I'm just putting our group's voice forward, Convener. We're quite happy with the report going forward. Thanks, Convener.
Okay, thank you, James. Okay, Ewan.
I do have a question, but first I just want to clarify on a point made by the leader of the Conservative group that the scrutiny external and internal committees, as well as the planning committee, are currently convened by members who are neither of the SNP or the Labour groups. Just to clarify that point on the record. And my question is just on the notes at Appendix 2. which is just in terms of the structure of how this is work. I'm going to share in Councillor Hannah's remarks that I'm not going to restate arguments that were previously had for the purposes of time saving, but just ask on the bottom sentence of Part A, where it was felt that councillors would benefit from more information about a particular project than the COTF board could agree that an elected member's briefing be held. Could I just ask how that process would be determined and who from the COTF would take responsibility for deciding when something was necessary to come before elected members in a briefing? Thank you.
Okay, Kenneth.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, at the Council of the Future board, I mean, that was a board, is a board, was chaired by my Thank you. And really it's about the scale and impact of the project. So we're reworking the transformation projects at the moment in the context of financial sustainability and how we bridge the future budget gaps. And it is about the scale and impact of the projects, because clearly if there's significant decisions going to be coming before the executive and or the council, then I think that our previous experience shows that actually having a briefing where members can ask questions and raise issues about these is helpful, both in terms of building understanding and buy-in, but then I think also helping members perhaps to think about what amendments, if any, they might wish to bring forward when it comes to the more formal process. So what we'd endeavour to do is if something's coming through to for formal decision making, then almost invariably, if it's a Council of the Future project, it makes sense to have a briefing in advance just to build that knowledge, that understanding, and hopefully that buy-in as well.
Thank you.
Also think that there is a dashboard that's open to members to go and view all the Council of the Future projects and see the progress of them online. I can't for the life of me remember what it's called, but is it Pentana? Right, Pentana, that members can access that and see where all of the projects are. Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Convener. As Councillor Kerr has already stated, we are supportive of the report and we're supportive of reducing bureaucracy so decisions can be taken, decisions that I think are overdue to be taken, and also the initiative to get a sustainable economic platform. So we fully support that. But the one question that I did have was about just ensuring that decisions or proposals made by the board aren't just viewed through the lens of a spreadsheet and just like savings, and how it's actually going to be felt on the ground, and again the community input into that and how communities feel that these decisions will impact them.
Yeah, absolutely. Kenneth, do you want to maybe say about the actual process and the reporting as well as the community engagement?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, the projects, I guess, take very different forms. Some are essentially about internal efficiencies and ways we do things better internally, and some have a much broader reach than indeed in the previous programme. A major focus was on the community's team itself and setting up some of the issues around about participatory budgeting and various other aspects. So I guess there's something of a case-by-case basis there. I mean, to pick up on what was said earlier about members quite rightly and very understandably wanting to ensure that where communities are impacted or may be impacted by a project, that we make sure the steps are taken. What we have done in creating the communities team is have a corporate resource now for doing that, which is something we didn't have before. And that was one of the conclusions that emerged from that previous transformation work, that we needed that resource, so we had I suppose I'd say a robust and consistent and open approach to that consultation. Because I think previously we've perhaps been a bit hit and miss in relation to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any further indications. So if we can just go to Mr. Moody into the vote.
Yes, thank you, Convener. And the motion consists of the recommendations, and that's moved by you and seconded by Councillor Garner, against which there is an I believe Councillor Hannah's asking to come in.
Okay.
Sorry, in the interests of collaboration and in the interests of moving us forward, I'm willing now to withdraw the motion that I've put forward on the proviso that we do have the detailed briefings on a regular basis, because I do think that is important, and we can come back and revisit the issue if we don't feel that we are getting consulted at an early enough stage, which I think is sometimes happened to be the case. So happy to withdraw. Ewan? Yep.
Yeah, happy with that.
Thank you very much for that. Now, that is very much appreciated. I think there already is a series of briefings planned for around the council of the future. I don't know if they've been put in the diary yet, but I certainly know that there was discussion around the plans for those, and it would be a rolling programme, as we did previously. That I think it was the last Monday of the month, if I remember correctly, that we had briefings. But Kenneth, are you able to say anything further on that?
Sure, I am. Convener, I'm not sure whether it's the last Monday of the month. We're currently, as I say, reworking the programme, but that commitment to the briefings is absolutely there, because we found, and I think members have found them to be a useful stepping stone in terms of that decision-making process. So yes, absolutely.
And the fact it was all members at the same time, we could all hear what everyone was saying, and therefore were able to form views and take into account where people were coming from. And I think that in itself helped officers start to pull together a report that could come forward for a decision, taking all that into account. So I think we can certainly have that commitment to having a programme of briefings around all the Council of the Future projects. I think that will be the first thing, but then to have targeted briefings as each project develops, so that there's milestones that members can see, and that will then be formally reported in due course to the executive. So if you're content with that, then are we happy to agree the recommendations?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item 7, the fireworks update. And I'm going to suggest that we take this item and then perhaps have a short break for lunch at that point, if people are content with that, and then we can carry on with the additional items on the agenda. But if we take item 7 first, and is it Malcolm? Or Okay, I'll go to portfolio holder first. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Convener. For those of you who are a member of the executive in the previous council will remember the interest in this item and requested to be kept updated by officers. I welcome this report, which gives elected members further information on the 2 pieces of legislation passed by the Scottish Government to implement restrictions on fireworks. The first of these restrictions, the time of day consumer fireworks can be sold to the public, the volume that can be purchased at any one time, and the times that fireworks can be set off by the general public. The second legislation places a duty on local authorities regarding the process of setting up firework control zones, implementing a central licence system for members of the public to purchase fireworks, and creates offences relating to the supply and use of the fireworks. Given the additional recommendations that will fall on the Council to enforce legislation and to comply with the requirements for consideration and setting up firework control zones, it is important that we continue to keep a close eye on this area. And note that it is anticipated that the cost of council staff should be offset by the income generated from the licensing fees, and we need to make sure that that materialises. As a result, I welcome the report, commitments, and to share further updates with elected members as things become more clearer. Thanks, Convener, and I would add that officers are available for any clarifications.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Devine. You're moving the report. I'll go to Councillor Sinclair.
Yeah, happy to second that and reserve the right to come back, please.
Thank you. I will open it up for any questions or comments. Anyone? Councillor Nimmo.
Just a quick question, Convener. Now, bearing in mind the staffing problems we currently have, how do we intend to police this and enforce it?
Okay, thank you. I think Michael, you're kind of leading on some of this work. You want to maybe just come in and give a wee bit about how it's going to be managed and enforced?
Yes, thank you, Convener. Sorry, I got cut off there for a few minutes, but I did get the gist of that question. Yes, I think it's very important we recognise that the additional requirements in terms of identifying and managing control zones for where fireworks will be able to be lit. Also, the role of the officers in terms of looking at the supply and the purchase and making sure we do test purchases, etc. will put an additional strain and burden on the trading standards officers who are responsible in this area. So I think, as the report highlights, we're paying close attention to the resources that will become available through the licensing regime that will be centrally controlled by Scottish Government or one of their delegated organisations, and to make sure that the funding is available to fund those additional resources necessary to look after the control of the zones and the selling and purchasing of fireworks. It is a challenging area and resources are very limited, but we'll do the very best we can to make sure we secure the necessary funding to deliver the services necessary.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Content with that, Councillor Nimmo?
Thanks, Convener.
Right, thank you. Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Convener. A couple of questions. It states that the report, just for noting, there are 11 recommendations for legislative and non-legislative changes. Are we as a council going to adhere to these changes? And if so, as Michael's already stated, money is tight. Is there any money coming from the Scottish Government to help with these changes?
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to Michael.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Kerr, through you, Convener. Councillor Kerr has identified under the finance section of the report that the Scottish Government will be collecting licensing fees from those who wish to purchase fireworks going forward into next year. And we are working closely through COSLA to secure the funding that will allow us to ensure that officers are available to support the zoning and purchasing and selling of fireworks. So that's the intention, to secure funding from Scottish Government through the licensing that is collected.
Thank you, Michael. On point 3.1 about the impact and climate change, it is noted that the outcomes of the report will have a negative impact on both national and organisational climate targets. Currently, there's 130 million fireworks let off in the UK. The toxic chemicals, this must have an impact on the environment. Is there any data that says that how much impact it has or will have on the climate, Michael?
Through you, convener, Councillor Kerr, we don't have any data to suggest what that would be, and as you rightly pointed out, across the UK, I would suspect, like yourself, that there would be a contribution to climate change with burning chemicals and fireworks, etc. So I do think it would be from a UK perspective, but to determine that at a Falkirk level would be, I think, very challenging to determine exactly what that would be. But certainly something I could look into and see if there is any information that could assist us in that regard.
Okay, Michael, thanks. This is maybe just me being stupid, but what is flora and fauna?
You convener, it's flowers and vegetation.
All right, okay.
Biodiversity.
Not because we've got the new members. I brought a motion to the council 3 years ago regarding the fireworks, and it was at the same time, I didn't know this, but at the same time the Scottish Government had put together a think tank. My concerns at the time was for my domestic dog, and the effects that these fireworks have. I didn't want to be to say we can't have them. It's a lengthy time that people use them. Sometimes it's a week, 10 days, and I've not got my dog anymore. It passed away. But for most people who have got domestic animals, it's horrendous time of the year. No talking about livestock, about wild animals, about vulnerable children and adults who completely go off the scale with these noises. So my point to that, Michael, is we've got these recommendations from the Scottish Government. Can we as a council make our own legislative recommendations or local rules for fireworks or not?
Councillor Kerr, through you, convener, I would need to go back to my trading standards colleagues to determine that. Councillor Kerr, I can't answer that question today.
Quite happy to receive the answer, Michael. Thank you, convener. Sorry for being so lengthy.
That's all right, Councillor Kerr. I think it is hoped that with the changes that have been brought in, it might be less attractive for people to privately purchase fireworks and hold various displays at different times of the year, and therefore in itself should have a positive impact on climate, etc. And I think with limiting the times to which fireworks can actually be allowed to be let off, again, should have a positive impact, particularly on the adverse impacts of noise, etc., particularly to animals. So I think that while it's not perfect, I think it's a progressive step to dealing with the issues, and never know, one day we might actually have a complete ban on noisy bang fireworks and have the noiseless ones, but that's an aspiration that we can work towards. But I think this is a positive first step, and I think we may have to wait and see how it has an impact before we maybe go back and look at alternative changes to it. Okay, Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, convener. There's a growing trend amongst the Scottish Government of passing legislation that compels councils to spend money, and then there's no guarantee that the councils will receive the money to finance that expenditure, and that's pointed out in 7.4 in the risk. So if the full funding is not received to implement this legislation, will it come out the general budget of the council?
Okay, who would wish to take that one? Malcolm?
Through you, convener. if there was a financial impact on the council as written into the report, we would bring a report back to let council know of that financial impact, and council then to make a decision on what it felt it should do.
So just for clarity, it would either be implementing the legislation that we're compelled to do, or not spending the money and not meeting that requirement.
Through you, convener, I wouldn't want to prejudge it. I don't think it's as simple as an either or, because you know, there's clearly a range of legislation, a range of activities that can be undertaken, and I'm sure officers, when they brought forward that report, would explain the ways that they could approach that legislation to mitigate any cost. But as we state here, appreciate the point you're making. The indications at the moment is that COSLA is going to do everything it can to seek full recovery of costs.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no further questions, are we happy to agree the report? Agreed. Okay.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. Okay, I'm aware it's now 1:10. I'm going to suggest that we have a break until about 2 o'clock. I appreciate folks may well have other things, and if anybody wishes to have to join remotely, then if they just let Jack know, he can provide the link for the second half of the session. So if we come back for 2 o'clock. Okay, colleagues, if we can come back into session now, just checking that those online can still hear us. Yep. Okay, that's great, thank you. Okay, we are currently on item 8, procurement of insurance brokerage and insurances, and I'll go to Amanda Templeman for the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. The background to this report is that the Council's contract standing orders require that contracts with an estimated value of over £7.5 million need to be reported to Executive for prior consideration. And so this report is to inform Executive that we intend to go through a procurement process to appoint an insurance brokerage service for the Council. The intention at this point is to use a national framework to procure that service, and that means that all the providers on the framework will already have been subject to a competitive process to get there. Using the framework takes around 4 to 5 weeks. We currently have a broker, Aon, and their contract expires in December 2022. However, we want to try and make the appointment as early as possible so that we can get the broker to assist with the renewal of the Council's actual insurance policies. The Council's insurance policies are due for renewal from the 1st of April next year, and the broker is really fundamental to that work, but policy renewal can take quite a long time, and we would expect to start that process in October. So the quicker we can get the broker arrangements sorted out, the better that will be, and that will allow us sufficient time for the full process. The cost of the contract is expected to be around £3 million per annum. However, it's important to note that that's the actual value of the insurance premiums, because these are paid to the insurer via the broker. The broker's costs will be a commission on that insurance premium that will be paid by the insurer, and we'll usually pay around £3,000 per annum to the broker for sort of support with technical inquiries and things like that. So, as I say, this proposal will seek to use existing frameworks to appoint the broker service. We've had lots of really useful help from our procurement colleagues who've sort of discussed and facilitated this work, and they've been very helpful in helping us to take this forward. And I'm happy to take any questions on the report.
Thank you, Amanda. And this is one that's probably quite unusual following the changes in how we bring forward a procurement, but I think it's helpful for members to see and understand the process. I think in this case we have the framework agreement in which to go to with regard to identifying the broker service, which is obviously a very specialist service, and therefore there's limited capacity there to get such go out to do a competitive tender, so that hence the reason the framework and that work around the market testing has been done. It's a relatively straightforward report, and I hope that members will be able to appreciate the work that's been done behind it and the need for taking it forward. So I'm happy to move the recommendations as in section 2. Councillor Bowes?
Yeah, happy to second Leader of the Council and reserve the right to come back in.
Thank you. Councillor Hannah?
It's a very simple question, actually. Happy to support the recommendations. But, oh, excuse me. Just wondering, do we get regular reports of claims that are made against the insurance? Because in the interest of best value, it would be useful for us to look at those and look at where those claims are coming, what they're in relation to, and if it's anything in relation to the services we are providing that we could be improving on.
Okay, Colin, is that one for you or Amanda?
I think that's probably for Amanda rather than me.
Okay.
Thank you, Convener. So we, all the insurance claims come direct to the Council. And we then have a claims handler called Gallagher Bassett, which is a separately procured service, and they do an independent review of the claims. We keep records on our system of all the claims that come in, and we regularly provide that information to services to try and make sure that we're learning lessons from the types of claims that we're getting. And I appreciate we'll come on to it later on, but one of the examples of that has been around some of the work we've been looking at with zero-based budgeting and transport, where we've been looking at our claims experience, and Malcolm and his team have been considering the sort of learning from those claims and what we could do differently to try and improve that experience. We don't report the claims experience to members as such, but we do quite a lot of work with services. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kerr?
Just a quick one, convener, with regards to insurance. Does insurance cover cyber insurance?
Amanda?
Thank you, convener. We don't have cyber insurance at the moment, but it's an area that we are working with our colleagues in IT with to have a look at what's out there, and also with our colleagues in information governance to look at what options are out there for us.
Okay, thanks, Amanda. I think that's really important with so many other big businesses getting hacked and different things. So thanks for that. Okay, thanks, convener.
Thanks, James. On that, I think all public bodies are looking at their cyber risks and insurances. So I think it's a collective piece of work that's ongoing certainly across the public sector at this moment in time. I say that knowing from my other experiences of the organisations I'm involved with, it's quite a big issue, and obviously maintaining people's records is obviously quite critical in all of that. Okay, Siobhan.
Hi, sorry, just in terms of the impact on climate change, for this report, I'm wondering how much say do we have at this stage on which insurance brokers that we would be going with, just to make sure that our money isn't going to further fund fossil fuels?
Okay, Amanda.
Well, I suppose we, as I say, there's very few people out there in the market in terms of brokerage services, and there's really only 3 or 4 main players, and we would go to them through the 2 frameworks. There's 2 national frameworks. I don't know how the sustainability options have been scored to get onto that national framework, and I can try and find out some more information for you about that, but it's not necessarily something that we would have looked at in a lot of detail at this point for the brokerage service.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just obviously, I know that is early stages of the game going to the broker, but I think that that's something that certainly if we're entering into new contracts, that should be at the forefront of discussions if we're talking about spending millions of pounds to make sure that that's going to ethical companies. Thank you.
I think the challenge around that is then being able to get a broker when it is such a specialist and limited field. But I think certainly through Scotland Excel there's work going on there around that ethical investment aspect, because it is seen as a priority of all governments as well. Okay, Councillor Rice.
Thank you, convener. Maybe if it helps a little bit, the dynamic purchasing system does include a lot of work on environmental and a number of other things, ethical things that the companies do. So although the broker will be there, as it says in here, they'll use a dynamic purchasing system. And if you've ever seen one of their forms, one of their applications, they're absolutely massive. And there's a lot of detail you need to put in on all sides of your business, not just what it costs. And it's said that then gets rated and you get certain allowances for various parts, and you get percentages. So it's not all done in price, it's done covering various parts of how your business operates.
Okay, if there are no other questions, are we happy to agree the report? Okay, thank you, colleagues. Move on to item 9, which is the financial position, and across to Amanda.
Thank you, convener. So this is the first projection report for the 22-23 financial position. Previous reports to members have highlighted growing pressures and concerns over the 22-23 outturn. Many of the issues that are resulting in a cost of living crisis are impacting on the council, so including energy, fuel costs, food costs, and then the associated impact on pay awards. I'm just going to pick out some key points to highlight in the report. So Appendix 1 of the report is on page 92, and that summarises the general fund projection. So the general fund at this point is forecast to overspend by £3.6 million on services. However, by applying reserves of 1.7 million, which are transferred over from the trust, the net overspend is reduced to 1.9 million. And at this point, that 1.9 million would be met from general fund reserves. That's in addition to the £5 million that was already budgeted for from reserves. So the overspend figure of 1.9 million would add to that, and that would be a pressure of 6.9 million on the uncommitted general fund reserves. That would leave a reserves balance of around 9.7 million. And we're asking members at the recommendations to approve the application of the trust reserve. But it is important to note that there's been a lot of developments since the writing of this report. Within this report, we had continued to assume a 2.5% pay award because the negotiations on the funding support with the government were still ongoing. And that's outlined in paragraph 5.1.4. COSLA have now made the pay offer of 5%, and the Scottish Government has confirmed that funding of 140 million would be available on a recurring basis, but that will still leave a funding gap for the Council of around £4 million, and that's in addition to the overspend that we're already highlighting in Appendix 1. So meeting that again from reserves would take reserves to around 5.7 million, and that's obviously below the floor of the reserve strategy that we've set, and obviously below where we want to be. As we progress through the year, we're expecting further increases in contract prices and requests from suppliers for price increases. And there's some examples of that given in the report in terms of energy, paragraph 5.1.5, where we're recognising a potential £1.4 million overspend. And the further area of pressure at children's social work, where the overspend is expected to be around £2 million. And that area is one that's under particular pressure, in part due to increasing contract costs and also due to the shortage nationally of foster carers. So those pressures are impacting on the service's ability to deliver the budgeted savings of £1.5 million this year, which were to come from closer to home. And we've also highlighted that in section 5.3 of the report. In fact, paragraph 5.1.17 also sets out some new and emerging pressures for unaccompanied asylum-seeking children, and we haven't quantified those yet. We don't know what the extent of that pressure will be, so that isn't included in the figures in Appendix 1 either. So fundamentally, it's going to cost us a lot more to deliver our services that we had planned than we had budgeted for. And going forward, we'll have to make sure that there's rigorous financial scrutiny happening by managers and chief officers across the council, with a focus on cost reduction and delivery of agreed savings. Section 5.3 of the report, as I've already mentioned, touches on savings and links to Appendix 3. And as already noted, the closer to home savings in there have been rated red at this point in time. Paragraph 5.3.3 sets out the 3 reviews that have been undertaken as part of the zero-based budgeting approach, and that was transport, education and the former trust services. For transport, a report is planned for the October executive meeting. For the trust, a report is planned for members in September. And on education, children's services have identified in-year savings of £500,000, which is the target that they were set. A breakdown of the general fund reserves is provided at Appendix 2, and some more information on those reserves is included in section 5.4 of the report. 5.4.14 notes that £16 million of COVID reserves was carried forward into 22-23, and there are plans to apply £8.8 million with a balance remaining of 7.2. However, of that 7.2, 3.8 million is specifically for education recovery, and colleagues in children's services are currently working up plans on how that 3.8 million could be applied. Section 5.5 of the report covers the workforce numbers, and members will note a significant increase in the June 22 figures compared to June 21 figure, and that reflects the transfer of the trust staff into the council. But there's also been a significant increase in staffing over the years due to the number of early years workers funded through ring-fence funding, and we currently have 416 FTE early years workers, and also posts that are funded through the Pupil Equity Fund, and we currently have 51 FTE of those posts. So those are also impacting on our numbers. And finally, Section 5.6 and Appendix 4 show that at this point in the financial year, housing is projected to be on budget, with no significant concerns there. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Amanda. Obviously, the current financial climate remains volatile and variable, and making it very difficult for us as a council to plan, but also the impacts of nationally. In June, we had a better than expected outturn. That's only helped to cushion the longer term impacts, but we are still seeing the impacts of COVID, the impacts of Brexit, which we're seeing more of, and the impacts of the Ukrainian crisis and the Afghan troubles, and of course the impacts of the cost of living and inflation, which as a council we're not immune to. And while our citizens are feeling the pinch, that is also magnified within the council. Much of those particular levers are out with our control, and we have little by way of influence on those, but we still have to factor in the additional costs, and that includes pay, with final agreements still being a bit away on that. We have seen additional support from Scottish Government to help with the pay deal, but so many of the impacts are a direct result of the UK policy and reserved matters, with only COVID having been acknowledged, yet the cost of living is along the lines of COVID, the magnitude, but we've not seen the same level of response from national government in supporting those in greatest need. Therefore, it's important that we focus our resources to helping people through this and the recession that's heading our way. With such a variable financial climate, it'll mean it'll be difficult decisions, and we will have to look to stop doing some things to enable resources to be directed to help those who are most vulnerable. Scottish Government has given the additional funding to help support the pay deal, and it's right that they do so, and it's right that we do make a fair offer to our staff. And indeed, if there was the ability to go beyond what has been offered, then that would be something that I would be very supportive of. However, we have to be reasonable and sensible and look at what's affordable, and even with the pressures of the additional 4 million, we would be doing our staff a disservice by not giving a fair and reasonable offer. There'll be difficult challenges ahead with difficult decisions before us as a council, and it will test our collaborative leadership and the ability to deliver on our best value improvement plan and the sustainability of the council. But we have seen the challenges that are before us, and we need to look to set what our priorities are, and we'll do that through our council plan. I would like to suggest that formally, as a council, we do write to the UK Government asking for assistance to help those around the cost of living. I've shared a draft letter with all group leaders, and indeed James, Conservative Group Leader, has come back with amendments which have been incorporated, but I would very much like to be able to send that from all of the council, asking for the Prime Minister to intervene and to provide a support package, particularly for those in greatest need and those who are on that borderline of falling into poverty, along the lines of that which was provided through COVID. I'm sure there'll be a number of questions in relation to this report, but I think that we have to look at using all the levers that are available to us locally and demonstrate that we can play our part in the cost of living crisis, but also look to gather support from national governments in order to be able to see us through, which is going to be a very difficult time over the next few years. I'm therefore happy to move the recommendations in the report. Councillor Bowes.
Happy to second and reserve the right to come back in.
Thank you, Councillor Bowes. I will open it up for questions or comments. Ewan.
Yeah, thank you very much. Oh, sorry, I think this will be more a question for Amanda. It's just on the points about the Falkirk Community Trust at 5.1.26 and 5.1.27. Just on the unrestricted funds, I understand that so 600,000 has already been factored into the budget. Just on the remaining 1.7 million, is there any chance we could get an update as those funds are allocated to understand where they're going and where they're being spent, especially during the transitional time since the FCT ceased trading? And also, particularly, would we be able to find out how much was put into transitionally funding the move of account services into the council, or is that a statistic we might not have access to? Thank you.
Okay. No, thank you. I'm just thinking through the elements of the question. So I suppose the way that we would tend to apply reserves is sort of at that blanket below the line level, if you like. So we wouldn't necessarily, if we're saying that we're going to apply in total the 1.7 million of reserves plus the £5 million of reserves plus the 1.9 million overspend, that will all be met from reserves, and we wouldn't necessarily apply that to any particular service. It would be applied overall to balancing the council's position, if that makes sense. There is 600,000 of ring-fenced reserves, and those will be applied specifically to the trust projects which are set out in 5.1.26. In terms of the transitional budget, effectively the costs associated with the existing trust were transferred over in total into the council budget and sort of aligned between the three services. So there was allocations made for what would be delivering sports and leisure, what would be delivering libraries, and those were put into the particular services. There's been no budget reductions per se on those budgets beyond what was approved as part of the review of integrated services, which is what we're bringing back in October. And so that information, that report will have a little bit more information on where some of those savings will come from. Does that cover all of your questions? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers.
Okay, thank you. I've got Councillor Hannah, then Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Convener. Just two things. But I think we're all well aware of the essence of the financial situation, and I think we need to put as much pressure on as we can to both the Scottish and the UK government to ensure that we get as much assistance as possible with the things that are their respective responsibilities. And I'm more than happy to, I have already put in a letter to the Scottish Government. I'm more than happy to collaborate on a letter to UK Government. I just haven't had a chance to come back to you with one or two of the amendments I need to that at the moment. I do think we have to put that responsibility where it lies. Those things that the Scottish Government's responsible for, we need to pressurise them. Those things that UK Government is responsible for, we need to pressurise them. I also think that we need to look at which, hopefully, I know it's a difficult one, ways in which we can reduce our spending without impact our services. That's one of the concerns that we have, and Ewan will be proposing an amendment to, an addition rather than an amendment to the report, to suggest that we have we ask for a report on zero-based budgeting. You've mentioned a number of situations in which you have already been progressing the developments on zero-based budgeting, but I'm aware that there are some other areas that haven't yet been looked at in terms of zero-based budgeting. that there do seem to be the possibility of ways in which we can possibly make some savings without reducing services, which would be obviously in everybody's interests. The other thing I would just like to say is I understand that there have previously been members' budget working groups to look at development of a budget for next year, and it seems to me that the sooner we begin looking at that, the better chance we've got in terms of trying to come forward with decisions that will minimise the impact on services, but maximise our ability to balance the budget.
Okay, thank you. I will come to you in the amendment in a second, just to say our transformational programme is very much around trying to deliver services in a different way, but be able to maintain the services. And I welcome your comments around the member officer budget working group. However, again, I would urge that is constructive, as it's not been in the past, with members coming, listening and not contributing. So I sincerely hope that that there will be the ability to work collaboratively for the best of whole Falkirk Council and its citizens in doing that. But the budget working group has to work effectively, and people have to be able to bring things to the table and discuss them openly in a safe space, and that's not what's happened in the past. So if we are going to work together, I think that's quite important. I don't know, Ewan, would this be an opportunity for you to move your amendment, and that would allow that to then to be shown on screen, and then it can be debated and discussed?
Yeah, not a problem, convener. So moving, I believe it's been circulated where our previous two amendments were as well. So it's agenda item 9. So we called for a report to the October meeting of the executive, so that I believe that's the next one, on the progress made to date in moving towards zero-based budgeting in all areas, the savings made to date and the savings projected as a result of further progress. Thank you, convener.
Okay, thank you, Ewan. I'm going to turn to Amanda just about the timescale, and to just maybe talk about how resource intensive zero-based budgeting is, and where our services are in that process.
Okay, thank you, convener. I think one of the things I would say is that firstly, in terms of the pressures for 22-23, we've been aware for some time that these are building, obviously since the start of the financial year, and equally that future years are likely to be very problematic. We had the resource spending review. We know what our grant settlement is likely to be over the next few years. So we have started to pull together that sort of financial strategy and what that's going to look like. And I think in that context, certainly the corporate management team have been having lots of discussions and reviews about where can we go to try and reduce costs or increase income. What approaches can we take? And so that will factor into the Council of the Future programme going forward. And so that work is all in play and in train at the moment. What I would say is that work and what the types of projects we're considering and sort of starting to look at really cover all aspects of the council. So I think that's a significant piece of work for the council and for all the individual services. In terms of zero-based budgeting in particular, there was a decision taken in October or September, sorry, 2020, and it was looking at a sort of targeted approach to zero-based budgeting, and that's the 3 reviews that I've talked about. I think we would be able to spend some time looking at what's happening across other councils, looking at other approaches that are being taken to try and assess how effective our approach is and whether we need to look at it in a different way and take a different approach. But I would make a plea that maybe that's not something that we would do in time for October. And really my rationale for that is simply that we have the council plan and the financial strategy coming to the September council, which is a lot of work. We will have the revenue projection, the next revenue projection to the October executive, and we also are in the process of getting the accounts finalised through audit, and I think we discussed at the audit committee yesterday that due to sort of national issue on consultation on infrastructure assets, that work is likely to continue throughout September and possibly into October in terms of reporting. So I think the September, October is going to be a really busy time for finance. So I wonder even if we could maybe say something about December.
Thank you, Amanda. I think that's helpful just to understand the workload of the finance services right now. And I know that they're due to have a report anyway on the 3 areas of work. And on the back of that, it may give the opportunity to then extend the zero-based budgeting. So if you'd be content to wait till December, then I'm more than happy because that's due to report anyway.
Yeah, happy to amend that. The addition to the December, I believe, 6th meeting of the executive.
Okay, I'm personally happy to accept that, Councillor Boyce. All right, sorry.
I'm happy to accept it.
Right, I've got Councillor Nimmo, then I'll come to Councillor Bundy. Okay.
No, Convener, I was just coming in to second our amendment.
Oh, right,
If
apologies.
it fails.
All right, okay. Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Convener. It's quite a sobering report, and it says in 7.5, and I quote, "The report shows that the Council's financial position is deteriorating and that further financial risks are anticipated." That's shown by the fact that on page 86.5.4.1, it shows that the project balance is 9.656 million, but today it's been told that it's going to be 5.7 million, and this report was dated the 12th of August, and so it's not even been that long. It's not even been 2 weeks, and that's a reduction of £3.9 million. And when you're thinking the balance is now 5.7 million, that's not a lot of leeway. And what makes it more concerned is that also on point 7.5, it further quotes, "The fundamental issue remains that the council is spending more than its income, and then that position cannot be sustained." So that line in itself shows that whilst the cost of living is having an impact, it's not the reason for this. It's making a problem worse. That problem was explained by the Fraser of Allender Institute at the last Scottish Government budget, which is just cuts to local government throughout Scotland. It was 7% in real terms over the last over the next 4 years, and that was before the increase in inflation. So that, despite record UK government funding for the Scottish Government and Scottish Parliament, we're seeing continuous cuts to local government in Scotland. And I think the Council should be asking the Scottish Government, where's this money? If more money is going to the Scottish Government, why is that not getting passed down to local government? It would benefit Falkirk. It would help address some of the financial situations that we're facing. It's not a constitutional political point. It's about protecting services in Falkirk.
Thank you, Councillor Bundy. Councillor Boyce.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate Councillor Bundy's contribution. Unfortunately, I have heard some of this before, and I don't mean to be disrespectful there, but I have. So we'll go on. I think what we're told was this is the highest settlement you've ever had. It's 6% higher than 2019. 2019 is 3 years ago, so it's an average of 2% rise over the last 3 years. Given that the inflation last year was 3.1%, it's currently sitting at 10.1%. We're also told that the next 2 years will also be £41 billion per year, because that was fixed over the next 2 years as well. I'm sorry to disagree with you, but this is very much a problem which is given the whole of the UK, but for us and who we care about, the people of Scotland. If you look at the fuel prices, fuel cap that is going up again, I think it's this week, is it not? And then instead of doing it over 6 months, they've decided to shorten it and we'll do it over 3 months. And we're talking about potentially within a year or so's time that people will be paying £6,500 a year on fuel. And you say that that's nothing to do with it. Inflation going through the roof. It's a different form of inflation from there's been previously, and this form of inflation is actually a supply problem. But it's a supply problem because we don't have the same supply of labour as we had before, because we went through a thing called Brexit, and a lot of people who used to work here now now gone into other areas of Europe and work there rather than working here, which is therefore you get a shortage of labour. The price of labour goes up. The shortage of materials, the delays of materials, the border, and you see many times the rows and rows of trucks that are sitting in Kent, I believe, all as a result of Brexit. We then want to go into when you're actually talking about the oil and how the pound in itself has deflated over the last 7 years. I had the pleasure of going to New York 7 years ago, and I got $1.71 per pound. What do you get now? $1.20. Right, that's a massive deflation in the pound. What's oil traded in? The dollar. Why have we got less protection now? Because we don't have the same currency exchange with them now. So I'm sorry, you can, and I appreciate it's a line that's been, sorry, not a line, it's been a form of argument, and I do apologise for using that. It's a form of argument that has been used in the past, and I'm afraid that we need to wake up to this. This is I would not argue that it's a worldwide problem, but when fuel costs are going up in France by 4%, and they went up by 50% here. We're talking about going up to about 35% in this week, and just keep counting. That's the poorest in society that hits the worst. They're the ones that can't burn the gas. They're the ones that can't put the light on. Those are the people who will literally be choosing between eating and heating. I'm sorry for having a bit of a rant, but it's something that I passionately believe in. Thank you, Convener. Sorry for.
Okay, thank you.
No need to apologise. It's debating, and we will have differences of opinions. I do think you stated it's worldwide issues. Inflation figures are hitting double digits across continental Europe, and looking at France, Germany, energy is being rationed. That's in the news. So there's pros and cons to the policies that you're advocating, pros and cons to the policies here. I'd also like to point out that the UK government has promised £37 billion of support. That is coming out over the next couple of weeks, and both Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak have promised further support in the autumn in September. So we will see more financial support coming from the UK government, but it still doesn't take away from the fact that local government finances in Scotland are being cut, and the party responsible for that is the Scottish Government and the SNP and the Greens.
No, yeah, I've got, yeah, I've Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Convener. It's very heartening to get debate in. As Councillor Bundy says, no everybody in the room will agree, but it's about debate and people's views. You maybe not agree with them, but you respect them. And I respect everybody's views here. I maybe not agree with them, but I respect them because they're their views. But leading on for what Councillor Bundy says, and I'm not going to go into the same detail as what James says. I'll also comment on page 97.5. The council is spending more of its income than it can to sustain. And I know the proposal for ZBB for other areas will be a good exercise going forward. And I'm glad that Councillor Steenbank has went to December. I thought October was too harsh for Amanda and her team to bring that forward. Can I just ask Amanda, she probably not even know the answer. There's probably somebody for housing that would have answered this. It states in 5.43 in the report that we have a shortage of kitchen and bathroom contractors. I work in the industry and understand how difficult it is to get people, and it's everybody I know that wants to work is working, and they're getting a good living out of it, which I'm very over the moon by. But our constituents are no bother if we can't get contractors. They just want their kitchens and bathrooms fixed or replaced. What are we doing to attract contractors for these kitchens and bathrooms? Is my answer, or is my question, convener? And I don't know if Amanda can answer that or no way. Okay, Councillor Kerr, I think you're maybe referring to the capital Oh, didn't tell me that, have me? She still couldn't answer the question anyway. We'll hold on to that thought until we get there, and by that time somebody might well be in a position to be able to answer. No, sorry, Amanda. No. And I apologise. It's the heat. And we're struggling to hear you, so Jack's just turned the sound up, so I think that's a bit better. But I didn't want to stop you midway through. Okay, Councillor Nimmo.
Thanks, convener. I've not got anything to second, obviously, but I do have a question for Amanda. Now, I've been an elected member in this council for 16 years. This is my 16th year, and I'm still staring into the face of yet another budget of significant cuts in relation to jobs and services. I'm curious as to what our strategy is in relation to our reserves. Amanda, can you maybe just highlight what's going to be happening with the reserves again? Are we going to fall below our minimum reserve strategy? Is that a danger?
Amanda? Thank you, convener. At this point in time, based on what's proposed with the pay award, because obviously the position isn't settled, but what's proposed with the pay award and the funding available, then we would fall below our reserves floor, which is set at 7.5 million. So one of the things that we've talked about as a corporate management team is that we were hoping to try and build our reserves back up this year as much as we could. However, a lot of the pressures that we're facing with contractor prices and supplier prices and things are making that particularly difficult. But I think it has to be something that we as a council try to work towards to increase our reserves.
Use your microphone.
Obviously, once the reserves are spent, that's them gone, and it's up to us how we actually fill the gap and build them back up again. But for what you're saying, that's possibly not going to be possible.
Thank you, convener. I think our reserves are our savings account effectively, and once we use our savings, once we use our savings up, unless we put more money into our savings pot, we're not going to have that available to use again. The problem that we have had is, and that's been flagged up as part of the best value audit work, is that we have used reserves at times in a way to balance the budget. And what that means is, for example, the £5 million that we've put in this year, that will be a gap next year that we have to find a recurring way to fill, because we can't continue to apply £5 million of reserves every year. So that is the challenge that we're facing at the moment, and we have to work collectively to figure out how we can either reduce costs or a combination of reduced costs, increase income to meet the financial pressures and try to build our reserves up to a more sustainable position.
Thanks very much for the clarification. Thank you.
And just to say, it's not just the one-off use of reserves last year, it's the sustained use of reserves over a sustained period of time to continue to fill the gap. And that was, again, something that was flagged up by the auditors, and the fact that the council hadn't been prepared to take some difficult decisions. I think those decisions will be before us now, and we will have no option. It'll be about what's least worst that's before us. But I think that people will have a better understanding, because they know how their household budget is pressured, and we'll have an understanding of why we're having to make decisions in a particular way. Okay, I've got the Chief Executive, then I'll bring in Councillor Hannah.
Just in terms of the seriousness of the current position, and I think it is very serious, I suppose just to reassure elected members that we're on to this. So in terms of the reserve position and the need to rebuild reserves in the current year, this is something we're looking at the moment in terms of actions we can take either at an operational level through officers to restore the position, or indeed to bring early reports through to elected members in order to do that. So the situation is unprecedented in terms of the scale of the challenge, but I just wanted to reassure members that we're very proactively onto that on a regular basis.
Okay, Councillor Hannah.
Yes, I am supremely optimistic that the collective intellect of our council officers will at least be able to come up with some answers for us and some possibilities for improving this situation. I have every respect for officers in the council, and I hope that that will be coming forward. In terms of the council and our collaborative approach to doing something about this, I don't really enjoy listening to how these things went before. This is a very new council with new members on all three parties, with a number of new members, and my experience of all those new members so far is that we all want to make a difference. We all want to see better services for the people of Falkirk, and there's no disagreement on that. There are some areas on which we will have debates and we will have disagreements, but I think we do have to look at what we can agree on and try to take that forward as far as possible. And I would reiterate that in terms of the council, we need to look at doing what we can do to make things better. In terms of Scottish Government, we just need to weigh the things that belong to them, and in terms of the UK Government, we need to do likewise. And I would make a plea basically for us not to address issues that are outside our control in this.
I think we still have to highlight the levers that are without our control that could make a significant difference. And I think Councillor Bowes did that very well in relation to what is reserved to UK Government. Energy prices are something that affect us all, and indeed Government taking action on those could help everyone around the cost of living, and that would be a plea to UK Government to step in and do something, and I think that's something we could all pretty much agree on. Okay, if they're okay, can I ask people to use their lights to indicate so I don't miss them? Okay, Siobhan.
Yeah, just jumping up to point 5.1.13, when we're talking about children and families, specifically the closer to home strategy, given that that's projected to go over budget, and rightfully so because they're the most vulnerable in our community, what are we looking at? Additional supports that could be offered to try and bring them in closer to budget, given that it's unlikely to resolve a national shortage of foster carers. We know that the placements aren't there, so by investing and Falkirk resources, we might be able to save a lot of money by having purchase placements out with Falkirk. So we're looking at investing in new facilities or support in kinship care or investing in intensive family supports through social work departments. I'm just wondering, given that we know that it's going over budget, it's unlikely to change anytime soon, are there other strategies that are going to be put in place to try and counteract that?
Okay, thank you, Siobhan. I think the answer is yes. However, there are challenges in being able to do that, but we have Robert Naylor on the call, so I'll ask Robert maybe just to speak to that particular question. Sorry, Robert, we can't hear you. Have you got a microphone on your headset?
My apologies, it was pushed up. In terms of what the report is saying here, I think it's important for members to know that the savings that are attributed to Closer to Home are taken from the budget at the start of the year. And as we go through the course of the year is how we accumulate those savings. So we expect the position to improve towards the year end. In terms of further investment and the issue around foster carers, we are, as part of Closer to Home, also seeking to increase the number of kinship carers, and we are reviewing the placements that we have in-house with a focus on some of those that are currently in our care homes moving on into our aftercare services. So it's a very challenging situation, not least because we've got the added pressure of unaccompanied asylum seeking children, and we also currently in Falkirk have taken into our school system, yesterday's total was 55 Ukrainian children. Some of those may well end up needing to have provision from social work services. So I don't know that necessarily answers your question fully, but I can provide you with reassurance that all of the officers are working hard and exploring every opportunity to try and make sure that we can deliver within the budget that's been allocated to us and deliver the Closer to Home savings this year.
Okay, thank you, Robert. I hope that gives you a bit of assurance, Siobhan, that we are continually looking to recruit foster carers locally. There was a cohort of foster carers who were older who have taken decisions not to continue, and there's backfill there that we're doing, but there's an ongoing programme there, but where we have no other option then alternative placements have to be found, which tend to be much more costly than foster carers, but it is something that's continually reviewed and looked to try and keep our young people as close to home as possible, rather than having them go out with the council area, which I'm sure you would agree is the best for them.
Yeah, of course, that is the area that I work in, so I'm very familiar with that. I'm not sure my intention came across. Obviously, the best option is closest to home, obviously kinship care. I'm just recognising that the challenges of recruiting foster carers, and as optimistic as we'd like to be about getting as many as we need, I think the reality is that we need to also be investing in other resources rather than relying on purchase placements.
Absolutely, and that's all in the mix with Closer to Home. Okay, colleagues, with the addition of the comment from Ewan around the zero-based budgeting coming back to the December meeting, are we content to agree the report? Okay, thank you.
Agreed.
Okay, we move on to the capital programme report, and it's back with Amanda.
Thank you, Convener. So we've just had the first revenue projection report for 22-23, and this is the first capital projection report for 22-23, and this covers the general fund and the housing revenue side. Again, I think it's important to place the report in the context of the volatile financial environment that we're facing, and the projections that we have in the report are our best estimates at this point of what can be delivered, but there will no doubt be some changes to these as we go throughout the year. So this level of uncertainty has been highlighted at various points in the report, and particularly in section 5.1 of the paper. Overall, the forecast for the General Fund Capital Programme is spend of just under 45 million, and for the Housing Capital Programme it's spend of just over 60 million. I think it's worth noting that as part of the Best Value Action Plan, we've already touched on the revised governance process that was put in for capital, and so the new Strategic Asset Management Board has met on a number of occasions and reviewed the projections that are included in this report in some detail. So that more rigorous process has resulted in the projected figures which are in this report, and that feels like a more realistic and deliverable position for the Council. But again, it remains subject to risk. Paragraphs 5.25 and 5.26 set out some requests for acceleration on spend on projects that are sitting under police services in particular. It's important to be clear that these are all projects where there is already budget in future years, so the approval for those projects has already been given. But the service believe that there's benefits from accelerating some of the spend and bringing it forward from future years. Just to be clear, so this is not a request for approval of any projects or for a request for additional funds. Police Services have asked to accelerate £2 million from future vehicle replacement programme budgets to support the electrification of the fleet, in line with the Council's ambitions to make Council fleet more sustainable. And they've also looked to wire money from future year budgets for the Canal Kerse landfill restoration works and the Canal House walled garden works. The Housing Capital Programme is outlined in section 5.4 of the report, and that highlights that our new build housing is a particular area of concern at this point. Increases in prices are adding significant pressure to the new build programme, and we've had a few meetings this week and we'll continue to work with colleagues in housing to look at affordability of the housing programme to make sure it's sustainable. And we're also going to, for housing revenue account, we have a 50-year model that we work with, and we are going through the process of updating that at the moment to look at our likely grant requirements for new build housing. So I think whilst there are difficulties, and the report again is quite a challenging read, I think it's important to emphasise that we are still projecting investment at this stage of 105 million during 22-23. Realistically, we might expect some slippage on this, but it remains an ambitious level of investment activity for the Council. Appendix 3 of the report includes the prudential indicators for the Council shown against budget, and sections 5.6 and 5.7 make links between the capital activity and the Treasury management activity, and not least the borrowing requirement for the Council. So borrowing is made up not only of investment activity this year, but also replacement of debt due to be repaid. But at the moment, cash balances are high, and this debt might not be replaced in year. At this point, we are projecting that borrowing will not be required to be undertaken until later on in the calendar year, around December time. And as ever, any borrowing that's undertaken will be discussed in full with our Treasury advisors to get advice on the range of borrowing options that are available to us. And I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Amanda. This report's a bit of a converse because we're talking about spending and money as opposed to saving money, but a lot of this is about spend to save as well, and I think that's got to be something that we emphasise to our communities, and that they can see some of the investment that's going in through our capital programme. It's easy to see some of the physical things such as the housing, but there's a lot of other things that are ongoing. We restructured our capital programme following the budget in March, recognising that the challenging financial climate that we were in, and we're confident that, that this is a capital programme that we can actually deliver on. However, it's always good practice to have projects that can be accelerated wherever there's slippage in order to maximise the investment. And there's an aspect of we're seeing this in part 3 of the recommendations where we've got environments for the budget for accelerating funding for Canal Kersh landfill restoration and the wall garden, which I'm sure people will understand and will appreciate. Those are already within the budget, they're just being accelerated forward. We also have a budget for around our climate change, and we know that to get the biggest bang for our buck, it's got to be focused around fleet, heat and waste. These are the areas in which we're going to make the greatest impact. And an opportunity has arisen to get, I think, what's termed a good deal. Malcolm will tell me otherwise in relation to fleet, which will make a significant step forward to meeting our targets around climate change and purchasing electric vehicles, and therefore reducing the costs around transport and indeed the environment. Again, it's a budget that was already approved, and it's just accelerating that going forward. So I think we have a good capital programme, while it has its limitations. We will see a number of things delivered, such as our community choices, our school extensions, etc., which will also be very noticeable to our communities, but also the environmental improvements within our housing revenue, housing capital, and hopefully that will start to see the benefits of new and efficient heating systems going in, particularly in areas where they have no gas. So I'm happy to agree the recommendations as set out, or happy to move the recommendations as set out in section 2 of the report. Councillor Bowes?
Happy to second the same and reserve the right.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Sinclair and I've got Councillor Buchanan.
Thanks, Convener. I just wanted to ask a question around about the vehicle replacement programme, if possible. I know that you touched on it there, Convener. It might actually be a question more directed at police services than it would be to Amanda. What exactly is that going to get us, and how much of an impact is that going to have towards our net zero?
Okay, Malcolm.
Through you, Convener. Thank you for the question, Councillor Sinclair. So the investment should get us around about 38 vehicles, and those would be under 3. And the benefit is, as the report outlines, it's around about 1,000, a reduction in 1,000 carbon tonnes per year. So I think it's a really positive step, one that I took basically off the back of the executive in June to sort of look at any ways we can to accelerate our progress on this front. And this is an opportunity that's come up to us, and I think it's one that I definitely recommend that we get on with and start making progress with.
Convener, if I can just thank the service for identifying that. That's some good work that's gone on there, and we'll make a good impact on our climate change ambitions. It's the first step of many, I would hope. But yeah, thank you for that, and thank you for the answer.
Thank you, Councillor Sinclair. Councillor Buchanan. Billy, sorry, you're still on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Fine, thank you. Well, in the Housing Capital Programme, it says quite clearly in the report that the largest area of slippage is new build housing. Now, there are 2 of these constructed sites that's going on at the moment, one at Torwood and one at Bonnybridge. Now, myself and obviously the other local members, there's a great anticipation for these houses coming to fruition. And just wonder if there's anybody there can maybe give us an indication. We know there's major problems on the the global shortage in building materials, etc. But when there's an anticipated date for these two constructed developments going ahead? Thank you. So it's Torwood and Bonnybridge.
Billy, we don't have MD here from housing, but I can certainly say that Torwood's just about nearing completion. I'm not entirely sure where Bonnybridge is, but Councillor Boyce might be able to help there.
Thank you.
I would have repeated the same as you about Torwood. I don't know when Bonnybridge is starting. I'm asking a question for Alan, Councillor Buchanan. So if you don't mind, I'll add that to it, and I'll get back to both of you.
That's perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Kerr, do you want to repeat your question? Or do you want to give a shortened version?
No, shortened version. How are we going to attract, and Amanda maybe not be able to answer the question, how are we going to attract contractors to get us back up to speed with kitchens and bathrooms? And if she can't answer, I'm quite happy for answer at a later date for an appropriate officer.
Okay, Amanda, I'm not sure you're in a position to give that level of detail.
Apologies, no, I don't have an answer for you. I did fire off a quick email on the back of the other report, but I've not had a response back yet. But when I get a response, I will come back to you.
We'll get you a written response, Councillor Kerr, okay?
I have another couple of questions for Malcolm, if you don't mind.
Okay, on you go.
We speak about £2 million. I'm supportive of the report, but how many vehicles does £2 million get us?
Okay, Malcolm.
Through you, convener. I believe it's about 38 vehicles.
30 vehicles.
38.
38. Okay. My second point is, have we got charge points in place for these vehicles?
Yeah, I've checked with the fleet manager, and we have existing electrical sort of charging infrastructure to support this amount of vehicles. But the next phase, which I'll be looking to bring forward to council and executive in the coming months, for next year, we would need to look at investing for more charging points.
Okay, thanks for that, Malcolm. Thanks, convener.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I wasn't paying attention to who was first here, but I'll take Alan. Okay, Alan.
I'll be quick, convener. First questions for Malcolm. It's just a couple of questions. We've heard a lot about the £2 million, Malcolm, for the vehicle replacement. Now, I think it would be remiss of us not to ask the question, if we didn't invest this £2 million at this point in time, due to the cost of living crisis, it certainly doesn't look good from a public point of view if we're seen to be spending all that money on vehicles when there's people out there can't afford to turn their heating on or feed themselves.
Through you, convener. I think the position that we find ourselves in is that the council has a legislative requirement to ensure that its fleet is sort of decarbonised by 2025 for light commercial vehicles. So we have to do it. And it was my sense when we met in June that the climate emergency was one of, if not the biggest priority of the elected members around the table. So also this investment is a capital investment. I appreciate that residents don't fully understand the difference, but it wouldn't be possible for us to take this money out of the vehicle replacement fund and redirect it to giving people, say, discounts off their energy cost of living over the next 12 months. So my view is, I appreciate the point that you're making, but I think that as a council we have multiple priorities, and making a early impact on the climate emergency is one that I would recommend that we get on with and do.
No, thanks for that, and I totally agree with you. I support the green agenda as well. Just I thought it better to ask the question from a public perspective. My other question is in relation to housing, convener. Now I know that there's nobody here from housing, which is really disappointing.
We'll take note of all the questions, don't worry.
I'm going to ask the question anyway. It's in relation to buybacks. I'm just wondering, obviously, with the increased cost in new builds, whether there's scope for us to expand our buyback situation at the moment and try and bid for properties on the open market where there's a fixed value. I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that we're going to a bidding war with anybody, but where the district valuer can put a bid and it comes up to more or less what the seller's looking for, it would be more cost effective in my view to go down that road rather than try and wait on new builds getting put up.
I would ask you to hold that thought for the strategic housing investment plan, which will be coming, I think, to the next executive, as there'll be something in relation to that around just the costs of new builds and the buybacks coming.
I believe there was going to have to be a change in legislation to allow the council to purchase on the open market.
There is a change in legislation, but there is parameters that we have available to us just now.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Okay, Councillor Hannah.
Sorry to take you a step back to kitchens and bathrooms. Basically, all I was wanting to do was to bring up. I hadn't been going to raise it because we don't have anyone here from housing. But there's more than just the question of contractors that at issue here. I think a number of us have had concerns about the speed at which the kitchens and bathrooms replacement programme is operating. And I think that there's a much wider issue that we need to look at there. And it's also in relation to the buybacks, the speed at which the repairs and maintenance are being done to get those houses back up and available. And I think we could do with almost a session for a number of us about that when we have the appropriate officers available.
Yeah, and I think we're happy to do that. It's not really appropriate to go in great detail at this particular meeting, but I think there's particular extenuating circumstances around that that members are aware of that are continuing, and it has been very challenging for the service. Ewan.
Thank you, convener. So I again understand nobody from housing here, and I'd like to echo Councillor Nimmo's sentiment on what I feel towards that. But however, I do think this is something that would be good to raise in this forum and potentially get an answer on later. Anecdotally, but I also feel we've had several comments, especially in the local press and even back before I was a councillor, around the housing waiting list. Buybacks being 7 million, I would like to echo the sentiment that perhaps that could be expanded with the materials. But however, my key question is how many people in terms of humans would that mean would get off our council house waiting list, and especially how much of that is being spent on 3 and 4 bed houses, because I believe anecdotally, especially from speaking to other councillors as well as people out in the community, that is a key potential logjam in our demand, is the demand for housing for larger families and people in the community. So I'd like to see, if we did decide to go down what Councillor Nimmo was suggesting, which I would personally agree with, that we do look into purchasing larger houses. So I'd just like to state that, and if there's any chance of getting an answer back off housing, that would be appreciated as well.
I think we'll take all the housing questions back, and they'll be detailed, and we'll get written answers on all of those. I appreciate you're the portfolio holder, Councillor Bryce, but that we need to really get the details from officers on this at this time. So.
Okay.
Okay.
No, I'd ask to come in later.
Okay, well, if you can be brief, please. I'm just aware that.
Quickly as I can, and I'll happily send the information around, because I did speak to Karen and I spoke to Kenny before they went, and they've given me a load of notes, and they sent it to Amanda as well. And then they've covered actually a lot of the questions that have been asked today. So rather than reading it out just now, if you want me to be brief, I'm quite happy to send it out. But it does cover kitchen, bathrooms. It covers only one thing that I will say just now. Accelerating the property buyback programme could help reduce the underspending, you're quite right, but this could also impact an overall second-hand market and could push up the prices within the Falkirk area, which could end up being detrimental to the supply of affordable homes on the second-hand housing market. So it's something we've got to be careful with. It's not just something you can just jump in and do, that's in here, it's part of this, quite happy to send it to the other members. I know Alan knows I'd called him, it was one of the things, but I'd also spoke to Claire and went through it all with Claire as well, so Claire knows all about the contents of this email.
Okay, thank you. And if there are no other questions, are we happy to agree the report? Okay, thank you.
Great.
I think we're getting there, Amanda. She's working hard for our wages today. As we move on to item 11, which is a Treasury Management Annual Review.
Thank you, Convener. I don't intend to say too much on this paper. Just a brief overview. The report is part of a group of reports that we have to present to Executive and then to Council to meet the requirements of the Prudential and the Treasury Management Codes. Essentially, this is the annual review for 21-22, which shows how we performed against our original Treasury Management strategy that was approved shortly after the budget. And the report is for noting and for referral onto Council. It's quite a complicated report, it covers a lot of ground, but it's also a retrospective report, which isn't always helpful at this stage in the financial year, and particularly when economic conditions are changing so quickly, but it does reflect what happened in 21-22 as opposed to what's happened from the 1st of April onwards this year. As noted in the previous paper, it's the capital activity that feeds into the Treasury Management activity, and in turn the Treasury Management activity has an impact on the revenue budget. So members have already seen the outturn reports for capital and for revenue for 21-22 at the June Executive. So this report sort of sits in the middle of those two reports. The capital information that you received in June has impacted on this review, and the outcomes from this Treasury Management work factored into the revenue information that you received in June as well. And you'll see that section 4.2 of the report summarises the capital expenditure in 21-22 and the borrowing requirement that flowed from that. Overall, and importantly, the report highlights that in 21-22 the Council stayed within the parameters that were approved as part of the Treasury Management strategy. It demonstrates that the Council complied with its legislative and regulatory requirements, and it demonstrates that the objectives of the strategy were met for both borrowing and investment. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Amanda. Again, the varied financial climate, it's important that our Treasury Management is reviewed regularly to take into account the current climate, but also the horizon scanning. And I appreciate this as a retrospective look, but we always learn from looking backwards as well as looking forwards. Our Treasury management has become much more important over the last few years, just because of the volatility of the financial climate and all the impacts of COVID, Brexit, cost of living, and everything we've spoken about previously. And will continue in that vein. But what it does set out is the affordability of our capital programme, and it's good to know that we have retained within our parameters, and that there's nothing sort of outlying. It is a very technical report, and it's probably one of our drier reports, to be honest. Yes. But it is very critical to our suite of financial management reports going forward. So I'm happy to accept the report and refer this on to Council for consideration, and we can have similar conversations at Council, I've no doubt. Okay, Councillor Bowes.
Yeah, thank you. So, sorry, it's only me again. Can I thank Amanda for the Treasury Management training, which all seem to enjoy. I know it seemed a bit scary with the numbers that are talked about in it. When you're talking about hundreds of millions of pounds, it becomes slightly unreal. But ultimately, that's the business of the council. So can I thank you for that, and I'm happy to second Leader of the Council.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Rouse. I will open up for any questions or any comments anybody might have. Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, Convener. It's just a quick question in regard to point 4.8.1 and the benchmarking information. At the bottom of that section, it says the data includes information for 31 of the 32 Scottish authorities, and Falkirk is positioned 19 out of 31. So are there any plans to improve where Falkirk Council sits on that table in the years ahead?
Okay, Amanda, you want to comment around the benchmarking? And
yes, I think what we've identified, particularly in terms of Treasury, is that benchmarking is really difficult, and I think the part of the reason that benchmarking is very difficult is because it's all sort of done at a point in time, and it's not necessarily clear where the best place to be in any of these indicators is. So the benchmarking that's in Appendix 2 of the report just looks at the amount we had invested at the 31st of March. And so of the councils, as you said, we were at the 19th, we had the sort of, in terms of going from highest to lowest, we were 19. We had £55 million invested. At this point in time, we've got over £100 million invested, because it's very much just a timing issue in terms of when our revenue support grant comes in. For instance, last week we received £16 million for early years grant in one tranche, so our deposits can vary quite significantly. So I don't think that's necessarily something where we would target a specific spot in the range, because it's very much at a point in time. But I think it is worth looking at. I mean, we get benchmarking information of a different type that looks at what, for example, what banks other places are using and things like that. And again, it's difficult to compare because we set our strategy, which sets out what our criteria is, and we might not want to use the criteria that other councils use, but we do look at what other councils are doing on a regular basis. We get these monthly reports with these kind of figures. So operationally, we do sort of monitor ourselves and look at what other councils are doing, but in terms of sort of that strategic benchmarking piece, it's quite difficult to find things that really will give you a good piece of information and give you a sort of sense of where you want to aim to be, if that makes sense.
That's very useful, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? No. Are we content to agree with the report?
Agreed.
Okay, item 12 is Kilns House, and it's a statutory consultation disposal of common good, and I think I'm going to Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Convener. Kilns House has been empty for some time, and the condition of the building has been sadly deteriorating. Over the years, negotiations to lease the property have been unsuccessful, and as the report outlines, the proposed sale will offer an opportunity for the private sector to invest and secure the property for the future. I note that 63% of those who took part in the consultation were in favour of the sale, and the figure for those in the former Falkirk Borough was more than 70%. So in summary, I support the recommendations and welcome the fact that the money raised from the sale will go back into the Falkirk Common Good Fund for positive future uses in the local area. I think now is the time to make a decision in this matter so that the building can be given a new lease of life, and I will be supporting the recommendations. Thank you, Convener, again, and I would add the officers are available for any clarifications. Okay,
thank you, Councillor Garner. Having seen Kilns House in its use and its deterioration over the time, and the challenges that that particular building has brought to being able to be leased again because of its listed B status, it's been a bit of a headache to the council, and I think this gives us an opportunity to be able to see such a beautiful building be brought back into some form of use, and an opportunity for the private sector to come in to do something with that, or indeed someone else that maybe has some future use for it. So I'm happy to second the recommendations. I have Councillor Steinbach there, but Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Convener. I'll try and be as concise as possible, but I do have a few questions considering it is a case I've taken a bit of an interest in. I just have a question on 4.3. I also echo the sentiments of the Convener and Councillor Gardner on it would be good to see the building put to some use after almost 17 years. 4.3, it is noted that the layout and the restrictions on the property make it unsuitable for alternative council uses. Could I just ask if there's any sort of explanation around that and sort of what assessment has been done in the previous 17 years to determine that? I also note that just based on the conclusions at 8.1 as well as the layout of the consultation process in section 5, that in the conclusions it states the council were attempting to gain as much interest as possible, but have still assessed the feedback as low. Again, just trying to figure out what determination that was, because I understand that there's quite a lot of attention perhaps in the sort of surrounding area, but not necessarily in the more general sense. So what potential consultative measures we could put in place to maybe gather a broader range of opinion where there might be interest. And then I would note just from, despite the 63% positive statement in favour, a lot of the positive, sorry, I think my microphone's breaking up a wee bit, a lot of the positive responses saying yes, still have an extreme amount of interest in what is done to the property in the open market, and therefore what steps we could take considering its listed building status and the conservation around the trees to make sure that it is put to some, I would say, proper utility within the local community ecosystem. I know that that's quite a few questions, but I did have quite a few listed down and don't want to get in the way of Councillor Kerr as well.
Okay, I'll go to Paul Ketchett. Paul, are you able to answer those questions?
Indeed, thank you, Convener. So just to go through the questions, and hopefully I won't have missed them. In terms of assessment of previous council uses, back in 2020, when the property was declared surplus, there was an engagement with all services to identify if there was any operational requirements for the property, even in its condition, if there would have been a capital investment project, and the identification was that there was none, and that followed on from a previous assessment back in 2005-06 when the building was previously vacated, when even at that time there was not identified an operational use for the property, or in the preceding period a commercial use where it could have been let and formed part of our tenanted non-residential property portfolio to generate a revenue for the council. In terms of the consultation and generating interest, the property was highlighted in terms of the local press. There was quite a generation of interest in terms of views and social media and things like that. However, they didn't actually then turn into any substantial responses through the formal consultation process. Elected members were also briefed, and there was also a press release done to generate interest. Whilst we get quite a lot of interest or speculation, sometimes that does not transpire into formal responses through the council's website, and that's unfortunate. But I think there's a good sample there to give us an idea as to what people thought. Was that there's probably a majority who would like to see the property sold and redeveloped and brought back into beneficial use, but with a certain hesitancy that it is a historic building and we need to preserve that. And that takes me onto the kind of the third part of your question there, is that there is controls in place clearly through planning. It isn't a sensitive area. The trees that are round about are in a conservation area. It is a key route through into Dollar Park, but there is also the potential for us to put a conservation burden on any disposal, which can preserve certainly the integrity of the building as much as possible. And clearly, if any disposal that we thought was going to be contentious and it was at a certain threshold, then that would come back to council executive or council for approval, depending on the nature of the receipt that would be forthcoming.
Did that catch all your questions, Ewan?
Yeah, especially that last part is very reassuring that any contentious disposal would come back to council or executive. So thank you for that. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kerr.
Hey, thanks, Convener. I'll be as brief as I can. In the recommendations that say that Collins House will be sold, don't market. In 7.2 it states that it will be done in-house by asset management. Can I get an explanation for that?
Of course.
Yeah, sure, Convener. In response to your question, Councillor Kerr, we have our own in-house property team who can market properties. We do that through website particulars, local advertising, and they would then accept any offers. We do that as a matter of our business for our commercial portfolio. So we have that expertise in-house and we can easily accommodate that within existing workload as opposed to paying a fee to a private agent to do the exact same thing.
Okay, that leads me on to my next question. It's probably similar to Councillor Steinbank's one. Where will it be advertised, locally or nationally? Because I think there would be a fair interest in this.
The good thing due to the nature of the property is that it will be picked up by national press, as we've seen. It's already been on the Falkirk part of the Daily Record and on the Herald and things like that, so that will generate its own interest. We also advertise on the national database, which is called Nova Loca, which all property agents use, so there will be a wider disbursement of that. There'll be an advertising board put up on the site, there'll be an advertisement in the local Falkirk Herald, and there'll also be particulars available for distribution agents nationally.
Okay, Paul, thanks for that. The last question is probably for Mr. Moody. How many common good funds have we in Falkirk?
In terms of funds themselves, there is one for each of the former boroughs. So there are 4. There are Bowness, Grangemouth, Falkirk and Denny. If the question's wider as to how many properties there are, I don't have that information available to me now, but there is an ongoing gathering together of that information for a register of common good properties, but I don't have the information here.
Okay, the reason why I'm asking Mr. Moody is I didn't know there was 4. After the strategic property review and after we look at all our properties, there may be some that will be sold off. For these areas that I've got ones that are in common good funds, will go into the funds, where areas where I represent and some of my colleagues represent, they don't have a chance to get those funds because they'll go straight to the council. Where if they're in the common good fund in these 4 areas, the people in the areas benefit from it, where we don't.
I mean, the fundamental point that Councillor Kerr makes is correct, that the common good properties only exist within the former borough areas that won't apply to the outlying areas within the broader council area. I think maybe the comment I would make on that is that not all the properties which may be identified in the SPR, even within the boroughs, will be common good. It's a smaller set of properties with particular criteria applying to them. So principally they have to have been acquired by the former boroughs themselves during the borough years and not for other statutory purposes or not for specific statutory purposes. So it's a relatively small subset of the council's properties, but the broader point Councillor Kerr makes is correct.
Thank you, Colin. These common good funds are great for the areas that they represent, because people can apply for funding out these funds, where the areas where I've represented don't have that opportunity. That's all. But thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, James. I think from my memory, the Falkirk Common Good is the one that's the largest. The others don't hold significant sums. There's relatively small sums that they hold. But we'll be able to get a list of all of those and be able to share them with members. Okay, I've got James.
Just a quick point. I'm looking at the consultation responses. It looks like even if individuals were in favour or against, there was a consensus that they want the property used to boost the community, but also complement the current area. Is there any mechanisms, and this is going on Councillor Stayback's point, that that the council, while selling the property, can ensure that it is going to complement the area rather than have a private investment which is going to change the whole feeling?
I think because of the nature of the area and its fact it's in a conservation area, there's very limited things that can be done. But I'll go to Paul just to give a wee bit more on that.
Yes, convener. Just to clarify, there is limited potential commercial uses that will be accepted in terms of planning in the sensitive area. We will put a conservation burden on the disposal, which will protect the nature of the area. The trees round about are mature and are already protected, so anything that is done in that area will have to be sensitive, but we also have to reflect that it also has to be viable. That's why it's not also been let for a period of time. So there is a balance to be done, and as I mentioned in the earlier response, any proposal for the disposal, once we've done the market, and we'll come back to Council Executive for consideration.
Thank you.
Okay, we will be looking to invoke standing orders. I've been very generous, but yeah, I'll finish the meeting. But if you've got a question, and if you can phrase it as a question, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, no problem. I would just note that I think half my question was, the more question side was answered by Councillor Bundy's question, so happy to see.
Okay, thank you. Alan.
Just a quick question,
yeah.
Convener, maybe I've missed this. I'm just having another look through the paper. It says here as part of the recommendations that we agree for the disposal of Kilns House, and it should be advertised and sold in the open market. But do we know what the value actually is? Or is the district valuer still to put a value to the property?
Okay, Paul.
Yes, convener. Because the unique nature of the property, the value will be based on whatever the future intended use is, and therefore we would evaluate that as part of the marketing returns, and we would determine what the market value would be. In its current state, the district valuer's valuation wouldn't reflect what would be likely to market would achieve. It would be based on replacement, and that would be challenging for us to consider.
Okay. Okay, if there are no further questions, are we content to agree the report?
Agreed.
Okay, item 13 is the proposed sale of land at Seabeggs Road in Bonnybridge. Councillor Garner.
Thank you, Convener. The proposed sale of a small strip of land allows Storage UK, who are a long-established local company, to expand their warehouse. This involves creating new second access as part of the expansion of the facility and has no effect on the council proposals to develop the neighbouring site for social housing. As such, I fully support the recommendations of the report, which bring a small capital receipt and help support a local business. Again, officers are available for any clarifications. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gardner. Again, this is a long-running item that's worked very closely with an existing business and allowing them to expand, but also enabling us to have a housing site that is able to provide social housing in an area when there's not been too many by way of site. So I'm more than happy to second the proposal here that would be of a benefit to the access and improved access for the business. Councillor Buchanan.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Billy.
Fine. I'm going to be very brief. The conclusion sums it up. In addition to receiving a capital receipt, the sale will support a local business in Bonnybridge, and hopefully in the not too distant future we'll be able to start a new build here, because this site is a very, very large site, will incorporate a long number of houses that will benefit people that are desperately waiting on the housing list. So I'm in total agreement with this, and thank you for everybody concerned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll open it up at any other questions or comments. Happy to agree?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. We move on to item 14, which is exclusion of the public, although item 15 doesn't necessarily, with the exception of one item, require to be taken in private. But I'm going to hand over to Mr. Moody. But if anyone does have any questions in relation to one of the items there around the taxi drivers, then if you would indicate you have a question, we would then move into private session. Okay, Colin.
Yes, thank you, Convener. And this report is for information only, and it's advised the members of the executive of 6 decisions taken by chief officers during the course primarily of the summer recess, but there was also one in the election recess, which is the first of those referred to. On the point of the exclusion of our one member of the not of the committee today, that would be if questions were going to be asked in relation to the substance of the 4 decisions taken in the civic licensing context, because those relate to an individual in each of them and have information in relation to those individuals. So again, as the convener suggests, if people want to ask questions on those, if they could indicate that that's the case, we'll know that it's necessary to move into private session. Otherwise, I could simply make the comment that the chief officers who've made the relevant decisions have done so on the basis of the information set out in the various briefing notes or reports appended to your report, and in consultation either with the group leaders or with the convener of the Civic Licensing Committee in relation to the taxi issues. Thank you, convener.
Okay, thank you, Colin. I'm happy to move the recommendations that we note the report. Councillor Nimmo.
Just a question. It's not in relation to the taxi issues at all. It's 4.3, and that's the lease of units at the West Mains Industrial Estate. Now, obviously, that's in my ward in Grangemouth. I'm just looking for a reason as to why this was done under delegated powers. Why wasn't it on the previous executive agenda, or indeed on this agenda? What was the reason for it?
Okay, Paul.
Yes, through yourself, convener, to respond to Councillor Nimmo's question, the company had pressed upon us the need to get the transaction concluded. The lease actually ended, I think it was in the April, and then by the time that the negotiations had concluded, we were in the period prior to the election when there was no council executive decision or council executive available to make the decision, and the level of the renewed rent is above the scheme of delegation for officers. So we did consult with the leaders of the main groups, and it was agreed that it could be approved under the standing orders.
Okay, I take that on board, convener, but if the lease was up in April, surely it could have been on the agenda for June's executive.
I don't know whether there was issues with having that prepared in time for June's executive.
I think, convener, the issue may have been that it was needed before the June executive took place, so it was in the election recess period. I suspect that might be the reason it required to be made under delegated powers.
Okay, if there's no other questions, are we content to agree?
Agreed.
Okay. Thank you for your perseverance today, everybody, and we bring today's executive to a conclusion. So you can all go and put your feet up now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks to the chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.